It's funny the things you remember clearest from when you were younger. Not the big, important milestones necessarily, but the small, inconvenient truths that stick in your mind like burrs. For me, it's the cold. Not just regular cold, but that bone-deep, gnawing Northern Ontario winter cold that feels like it's trying to suck the heat right out of your soul. I grew up with it, I worked in it, and for years I thought I understood it. I was wrong. I'm Mark and I'm 38 now. Back when this all happened, I was 26, fresh out of college with a diploma in forestry management and a head full of textbook knowledge that hadn't quite met the real world yet. I'd spent my childhood in a small town tucked into the edge of Algonquin Provincial Park, learning to track deer before I could properly tie my shoes and navigate by the sun and stars long before I ever thought about GPS. The woods were my comfort, my escape, and my eventual career path. My dad had been a park ranger, a quiet man who knew every tree and trail like the back of his hand, and I'd inherited his love for the wild, if not his encyclopedic patience. After graduation, I landed a junior position with the Provincial Park Service, mostly doing grunt work, trail maintenance, and boundary checks. It wasn't glamorous, but it was outside, and it meant I was contributing to the preservation of the place I loved. Most of my colleagues were seasoned veterans, grizzled old-timers with beards like snowdrifts and stories that could make your hair stand on end. They called me rookie for a good 2 years, no matter how much experience I tried to accrue. This particular winter, 10 years ago now, had been brutal. Even for Northern Ontario, it was something else. December had dumped almost a meter of snow, and January followed up with a series of blizzards that turned the landscape into a monochromatic, frozen wilderness. Temperatures regularly plunged to -30, sometimes -40 with the wind chill. Cars wouldn't start, pipes froze, and the lake, usually a vibrant hub of ice fishing shacks, looked like a forgotten lunar landscape. Wildlife was struggling, and so were the local folks. My specific assignment that week was to check a series of remote traplines and boundary markers on the far eastern edge of the park. It was a 3-day trek, usually done by 2 people, but Ranger Dave, my assigned partner, had come down with a nasty flu. My supervisor, Old Man Henderson, a man whose default expression was a permanent squint, had looked at the weather forecast, looked at the pile of overdue reports, and then looked at me. "You're good with a sled, right, Mark?" he'd grumbled, chewing on the end of an unlit cigar. "Yes, sir," I'd replied, maybe a little too enthusiastically. I loved solo trips. The quiet, the challenge, the feeling of being utterly self-reliant. It was where I felt most alive. Trails mostly packed. Just check the markers, clear any fallen branches, make sure no one's trying to set up an illegal camp. Be back by Friday. Don't be stupid. "Won't be, sir." Famous last words, right? I packed my heavy-duty survival gear, extra fuel for the snowmobile, a satellite phone, emergency rations, a first aid kit, a hunting rifle, just in case of an aggressive moose or a hungry wolf. I prided myself on my preparedness, always double-checking my inventory, making sure nothing was overlooked. The one thing I couldn't pack, though, was a second pair of eyes. That, I now realize, was my initial vulnerability, going alone. Not a mistake in itself for an experienced woodsman, but in retrospect, it meant there was no one to question what I saw, no one to share the burden of the impossible. The snowmobile hummed to life, a comforting rumble against the vast silence of the park entrance. The air bit at my exposed cheeks, instantly numbing them, but I was dressed for it, layers of thermal gear, a heavy parka, thick mittens. The sun was a pale, watery disk in the slate-gray sky, offering little warmth, just a dim light that highlighted the endless white. The trail was indeed well packed, a narrow ribbon snaking through towering pines heavy with snow. The first day passed uneventfully, a testament to my skill and the relative calm of the forest. I checked markers, cleared a few small down saplings, and enjoyed the profound solitude. The only sounds were the whine of my snowmobile engine and the occasional sharp crack of ice in the distant trees. It was exactly what I'd expected, a challenging but routine winter patrol. I set up my small, insulated tent near a frozen stream bed as dusk began to bleed purple into the sky. A quick fire, a dehydrated meal, and I was asleep before the last ember died. The next morning, the temperature had dropped even further. My breath fogged instantly, turning into tiny ice crystals. The air was so still, so cold, that every sound carried unnaturally far. I could hear the distant snap of a twig, the faint whisper of wind through distant evergreens, sounds that usually merged into the background hum of the forest. I felt a prickle of unease then, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The silence felt heavier, more profound. Not the peaceful silence I loved, but something that felt almost expectant. I finished my breakfast, broke camp, and set off again, following a less used path that cut deeper into a more untouched section of the park. My task was to verify some old survey markers from the early 1900s, deep in a valley where few people ever ventured. This was the kind of wilderness that demanded respect, where a wrong turn or a mechanical failure could quickly turn deadly. It was around noon, the sun still fighting to break through the clouds when I first saw it. I was traversing a long, winding incline, the snowmobile straining a little against the deep powder off the main trail. Through a gap in the dense spruce trees, I caught a glimpse of something impossible. It was a clearing. Not just any clearing, but a perfectly round, almost too perfect circle of bare earth. My first thought was a natural spring. Even in the deepest cold, some geothermal activity can keep a small patch of ground from freezing, but springs usually have steam, or at least damp soil. This looked dry, and it was too symmetrical. I cut the engine, and the sudden silence was absolute, pressing in on my ears. The only sound was the faint hum of my own blood in my temples. I squinted, trying to make sense of the sight. The clearing was maybe 20 meters across, nestled in a bowl-shaped depression, completely surrounded by towering pines heavy with pristine, undisturbed snow. Every branch, every fallen log, every needle was coated in a thick, insulating blanket of white, sparkling faintly in the weak light. Except for this one patch. The clearing itself was a vibrant patch of green-brown, mostly dead grass and exposed soil, framed by the stark white of the surrounding forest. It looked like a photograph of late autumn dropped into the middle of a deep winter landscape. It was entirely free of snow, dry and exposed, as if a giant, invisible cookie cutter had simply removed all traces of winter from that one spot. No melting slush, no patches of mud, just dry, bare ground. My initial thought was human intervention. Someone had cleared it, perhaps for a hunting blind or a remote camp. But why, and how so perfectly? With what tools, and where were the tracks? The snow leading up to the clearing was utterly untrammeled, a pristine, unbroken expanse. There wasn't a single boot print, snowshoe impression, or snowmobile track leading in or out. It was as if it had simply appeared there, fully formed, without a single soul ever having touched its periphery. A shiver unrelated to the biting cold ran down my spine. This wasn't just odd, it was wrong. It violated everything I knew about the wilderness, about physics, about common sense. It was the opening spark, the first discordant note in a symphony of dread that was about to unfold. I stood there, utterly still, the vast, frozen forest holding its breath around me, staring at the impossible clearing that stayed warm in winter. I tried to rationalize it. My mind, trained in logic and scientific observation, scrambled for an explanation. Maybe the snowmobile had stirred up some powder covering old tracks. Maybe I was looking at it from an odd angle. Maybe a freak wind had cleared just that spot. But no, the edges were too sharp, too defined. The ground too dry. The lack of any tracks felt like a deliberate erasure. My internal monologue, usually so quick with an answer for everything in the bush, went silent. All I could feel was a growing prickle of unease, like tiny insects crawling under my skin. This wasn't right. It defied all the rules of the woods I had known since childhood. I decided to investigate, of course. That was the park ranger in me, the part that had to understand, had to document. It was also, I realize now, the fatal flaw of my youth, a stubborn belief that every anomaly had a rational explanation, that every mystery could be solved with enough persistence. I should have turned back then. I should have recognized the whisper of something deeply wrong and listened to it, but I didn't. I started my snowmobile again, the engine's roar feeling almost sacrilegious in the profound silence. I circled around the clearing, staying a respectful distance, looking for any other anomalies, any sign of why this patch existed. Nothing. Just an unbroken wall of snow-laden evergreens, and then suddenly this perfectly round, bare patch. Parking my machine a good 50 meters away, I killed the engine and stood for a moment, letting my ears adjust to the silence again. This time it felt less profound, more watchful. I pulled out my compact digital thermometer, a robust little device I used for monitoring ice thickness and ground temperatures. It was reading minus 32 degrees Celsius, exactly what I expected. I pulled on my snowshoes and started walking towards the clearing, each step crunching loudly in the deep powder. My heart began to beat a little faster, a low thrumming against my ribs. It wasn't fear yet, not exactly. More like anticipation, a heightened awareness that something truly unusual was at play. As I got closer, the air itself seemed to change. The biting cold, the stinging, dry air that had been my constant companion for 2 days began to recede. It was subtle at first, like walking from a shaded path into a patch of sun, but it grew stronger with every step. By the time I reached the very edge of the snow surrounding the clearing, I could feel it distinctly. A warmth, a real, undeniable warmth emanating from the ground. I stopped, my snowshoes sinking slightly into the snow right at the boundary. I pulled off a mitten, extended my bare hand, and felt the distinct absence of cold. It wasn't hot, not radiating heat like a furnace, but it was incredibly mild, like stepping indoors. I knelt down, carefully reaching my hand to the exposed earth. The soil was dry, slightly cool to the touch, but definitely not frozen. I pulled out my thermometer again, set it on the ground in the middle of the clearing, and watched the numbers climb. They settled almost instantly on 21 degrees Celsius. 21 degrees, perfectly room temperature. In the middle of an Ontario winter, surrounded by minus 30-degree air, deep in the absolute wilderness. This wasn't just a natural spring, this was an impossibility. My rational mind screamed for answers. Geothermal vent, unlikely to be so perfectly contained and uniform, and why no steam, no dampness. A hidden underground structure. Perhaps, but again, no tracks, no sign of any entry or exit, no faint hum of machinery. I stood up slowly, scanning the perimeter of the clearing again. The trees here were old, thick, forming an almost impenetrable wall. No obvious caves, no fissures in the rock, just dirt, a few patches of dry, brown grass, and then a perfect ring of untouched, deep snow. It was utterly baffling. My unease began to curdle into something more potent, something akin to dread. This wasn't just an interesting anomaly. It was a profound violation of natural law. It was a place that shouldn't exist, and the fact that it did exist, with no discernible explanation, made it unsettling in a way that a bare encounter or a getting lost scenario never could. Those things you understood. This I didn't. I walked a few paces into the clearing, my boots sinking slightly into the soft earth. The warmth enveloped me, a strange, almost comforting sensation against the chill that still clung to my parka. The air here was utterly still. Not a breath of wind stirred the dry leaves underfoot. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their snow-laden branches looking almost painted against the pale sky. I picked up a small, dry twig from the ground. It was brittle, snapped easily. Everything felt normal except for the temperature, and the profound, almost heavy silence that hung in the air here. No birdsong, no rustle of unseen creatures, none of the subtle creaks and groans of a living forest. Just silence, deeper than the silence outside the clearing. A silence that seemed to listen. I walked the circumference of the clearing, keeping my eyes peeled for anything at all that might offer a clue. A discarded cigarette butt, a fragment of metal, an unusual rock formation. Nothing. It was pristine, an untouched anomaly. My satellite phone, usually reliable, suddenly felt heavy and useless in my pocket. Who would I call? Hey Henderson, I found a magic circle in the woods that's 21 degrees. Yeah, just me. No, I haven't been drinking. They'd send a rescue chopper, convinced I'd suffered hypothermia or gone mad from isolation. I tried to shake off the growing sense of dread, forcing myself to think practically. Document it, take pictures. But even as I raised my phone, the small digital screen felt flimsy, inadequate. How do you capture an absence of cold? How do you photograph the inexplicable? A faint whisper, barely perceptible, seemed to ripple through the air. It wasn't the wind, the air was dead calm. It was more like a breath, a sigh right at the edge of hearing. I froze, every nerve ending tingling. I spun around, scanning the dense trees. Nothing, just the silent, snow-covered forest. My hand instinctively went to the hunting knife on my belt. It was a ridiculous gesture. What was I expecting to fight? The temperature, the silence. But the primal instinct was there, a cold knot in my stomach. I was alone, miles from anywhere, confronted by something utterly alien to my world, and a growing sense that I wasn't merely observing it, but being observed by it. The whisper seemed to grow, a barely audible, almost melodic hum. It was incredibly unsettling. This place wasn't just warm, it felt alive and aware. It was time to go. The rational part of my brain, the part that was still clinging desperately to normalcy, screamed retreat. Get out, report it, let the professionals handle this. But the other part, the curious, stubborn part, the part that felt the pull of the impossible, wanted to linger. I took one last look around the perfectly temperate clearing, then turned and walked back towards the snow line, my boots crunching on the dry earth. As I stepped back onto the deep snow, the cold hit me again, a sudden, jarring shock that made me gasp. It was like stepping from a heated room directly into a freezer. I hiked quickly back to my snowmobile, the strange warmth of the clearing still clinging to my senses like a phantom limb. The whisper seemed to follow me, a faint, taunting sound just beyond the reach of language. It felt like a subtle, almost playful challenge. I started the snowmobile, the roar of the engine a welcome, if temporary, balm against the unnerving quiet. I told myself I'd come back, with a team, with proper equipment. I told myself I just needed to report this, that there was a logical explanation. But even as I drove away, the image of that perfect circle of warmth burned itself into my mind, and the faint, almost imperceptible hum seemed to echo in the silent spaces between the engine's growl and the crunch of snow beneath my tracks. The seed of dread, firmly planted, was already beginning to sprout. The drive back to my campsite was a blur of heightened senses and fragmented thoughts. The roar of the snowmobile, which had been a comfort earlier, now felt like a desperate attempt to drown out the silence I'd left behind, or perhaps the silence that was still trying to catch up. Every shadow seemed to stretch longer. Every snow-laden branch looked more like a skeletal hand reaching out. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the perfect circle of warmth radiating behind me, a beacon of impossible light in the frozen wilderness. But there was nothing, just the endless white and the deep, dark evergreens. My mind was a chaotic jumble of scientific impossibility and primal fear. 21 degrees, dry earth, no tracks, a whisper. It played on a loop, a broken record of the unbelievable. I tried to dismiss it, to categorize it. A hallucination brought on by cold and isolation, unlikely. My thermometer wasn't hallucinating. A localized geothermal anomaly. Perhaps, but why the perfect circle, the lack of any visible vent, the uncanny silence, the whisper? The whisper was the problem. It moved it from the realm of the unusual to the realm of the profoundly unsettling. I reached my tent as dusk was settling, painting the sky in bruised purples and oranges. The familiar sight of my small camp, nestled by the frozen stream, should have brought comfort. Instead, it felt like a temporary reprieve, a flimsy barrier against the encroaching strangeness of the forest. I killed the engine, and the resulting silence was immediate and profound, but it wasn't the peaceful quiet of the previous night. It felt hollow, expectant. The faint hum or whisper I'd heard seemed to have embedded itself in the periphery of my hearing, a subtle undertone beneath the creaking of ice in the stream and the rustle of my own movements. I forced myself into a routine, collecting firewood, stomping down a spot for the fire, unpacking my dehydrated meal. My hands, usually efficient, fumbled slightly. My gaze kept darting into the tree line, searching for what I didn't know. Something, anything, that might offer a clue or perhaps confirm my growing suspicion that I wasn't alone. The fire sputtered to life, casting dancing shadows that made the surrounding woods feel even more alive, more watchful. The warmth was a welcome physical relief, but it did little to thaw the cold knot of dread in my stomach. I ate my rehydrated chili, tasting nothing but the metallic tang of fear. My satellite phone lay on my gear bag, a beacon of potential connection to the rational world, but I couldn't bring myself to pick it up. What would I say? How would I articulate the feeling of standing in a perfect circle of impossible warmth, listening to a sound that wasn't quite a sound, and feeling the distinct sensation of being watched by an unseen entity? Henderson would think I'd cracked. He'd send a team, they'd find nothing, and I'd be pulled from the field, maybe even dismissed. My entire career, everything I'd worked for, would be gone. My love for the wilderness, my deep understanding of its rules, was now being challenged by something that defied every single one of them. Sleep didn't come easily. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of dry leaves carried on the supernaturally still air made me jump. I lay in my sleeping bag, fully dressed, rifle by my side, listening to the vast, empty forest and to the faint, persistent hum that had taken root in my mind. It wasn't loud, but it was there, a low, resonant frequency that seemed to vibrate through the very air. It felt less like a sound and more like a pressure, a subtle hum of energy that was both captivating and terrifying. By morning, the sun was a pale, anemic orb, offering no more warmth or comfort than the day before. The temperature had plunged even lower overnight, to minus 36 Celsius, making the memory of the clearing's balmy 21 degrees even more surreal. My breath froze instantly. turning into a cloud of sparkling ice. The cold was a physical ache, a constant reminder of the world outside that impossible circle. I packed my camp with a sense of urgency. My assignment for today was to check markers even further east, a long day's journey, but my plans had been irrevocably altered. There was no way I could simply continue my patrol, pretending I hadn't stumbled upon a profound mystery. The clearing demanded answers. It demanded my return. Before setting off, I finally picked up the satellite phone. My thumb hovered over the call button, the small screen a window to the world I felt increasingly disconnected from. Henderson's number. I could call him, make a vague report about an unusual natural phenomenon, request a follow-up investigation. But I knew the risks, my credibility, the skepticism, and the nagging feeling that this wasn't something meant for casual observation. This felt personal. Like the clearing had chosen me to find it. I typed out a short, cryptic message to Henderson. Encountered unusual localized thermal anomaly. Investigating further. Will report details upon return Friday. I didn't send it, not yet. I tucked the phone back into my pocket, a symbol of my indecision. I would go back, not to report it, not yet, but to understand it. The stubborn, scientific part of my brain, the part that refused to accept the impossible, was still dominant. I had to gather more data. I had to prove it was something, anything, explainable. I turned my snowmobile west, back towards the clearing. It was a conscious deviation from my patrol route, a deliberate choice to ignore my duties in favor of this strange, compelling enigma. The further I drove, the more the cold seemed to recede from my awareness, replaced by a growing sense of anticipation, a strange pull towards that spot. The hum seemed to grow stronger with every kilometer, a subtle thrumming in the very air, vibrating in my chest. It felt less like a sound in my ears, and more like an internal resonance. The trail I took was the same one from the day before, a path I now knew by heart. The snow was still pristine, untouched except for my own tracks from yesterday. It was another stark reminder of the clearing's baffling nature. Not a single creature, not even a squirrel, had ventured near it. As I approached the general area, I cut the engine and glided silently over the last stretch of snow. The absolute quiet that followed was immediate, pressing. Even the hum seemed to abate slightly, replaced by a sense of hushed expectation. My heart hammered in my chest. This wasn't just curiosity anymore, it was an obsession. I parked the snowmobile further away this time, maybe 100 meters, hoping to approach with more stealth, to observe any changes from a distance. I took out my binoculars, sweeping the tree line, searching for anything I might have missed yesterday. The clearing was still there, a perfect circle of brown and green, stark against the blinding white. It looked exactly the same, no new tracks, no signs of anything different. But as I adjusted the focus, something glinted in the weak sunlight near the center of the clearing. It was small, metallic. I lowered the binoculars, my brow furrowing. I hadn't seen anything like that yesterday. Had it been there and I just missed it, or had something happened in the night? A fresh wave of adrenaline coursed through me. My mind immediately jumped to the idea of a visitor, someone else who had found this impossible spot. But then, where were their tracks? The snow was still utterly pristine. It was a paradox. I grabbed my rifle, checking the chamber, then slung it over my shoulder. Snowshoes on, I began my silent trek towards the clearing, my eyes glued to the glinting object. Each crunch of my snowshoes felt deafening in the profound silence. As I drew closer, the cold again began to recede. The warmth, this time, felt less shocking, more familiar, like returning to a place I had always known. The hum returned, too, clearer now, less a whisper and more a deep, resonant tone, like a tuning fork vibrating just beyond the range of human hearing. It permeated the air, the ground, even my own body. It felt like the very fabric of reality was thrumming in this place. I reached the snow line, stepping onto the bare earth of the clearing. The mild air enveloped me, a strange embrace. I shivered, but not from cold. It was a shiver of profound disorientation. The metallic glint was clearer now. It was a small, cylindrical object, half buried in the dry earth near the center of the clearing. My ranger training kicked in. Approach with caution. Observe. I moved slowly, rifle at the ready, scanning the perimeter of the tree line. Still nothing. Just the silent, snow-laden evergreens standing like sentinels. As I got within a few meters of the object, I saw it clearly. It was a small, perfectly smooth cylinder, about the size of a thumb, made of a dark, non-reflective metal. It had no seams, no visible markings, no discernible function. It looked utterly alien, like something that didn't belong in this world, let alone buried in the Canadian wilderness. My heart pounded. This wasn't a natural phenomenon. This was artificial. But what was it? Who placed it here? And again, how did they do it without leaving a single trace? I knelt beside the object, wary. The earth around it was dry and loose. I reached out a gloved hand, hesitating, then gently nudged it. It didn't budge. It felt like it was anchored, or perhaps buried deeper than it appeared. As my fingers grazed its surface, a faint, almost imperceptible warmth radiated from it. Not hot, but distinctly warmer than the surrounding earth. And then the hum intensified. It swelled, filling the clearing, a deep, resonant chord that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. It was overwhelming, a pure, resonant energy that was both beautiful and terrifying. And then a voice. It wasn't a voice in my ears, not exactly. It was in my mind, a thought, a feeling, a direct imposition. It was genderless, ageless, infinitely patient, and utterly alien. Welcome back, Marks. I froze, every muscle in my body locked. My blood ran cold, despite the warmth of the clearing. I scrambled backward, rifle raised, scanning the trees frantically. No one, nothing. Just the silent, watchful forest in the perfect, impossibly warm circle. The voice or thought returned. Do not be alarmed. There is no one here but you and us. Who are you? I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely audible even to myself. My mind was reeling. This was beyond anything I had ever encountered, beyond anything I had ever conceived. We are here. We have always been here. You have found a gateway. Gateway, the word echoed in my mind, profound and terrifying. A gateway to what? To elsewhere, to understanding, to connection. My scientific training, my logic, my common sense, all shattered into a million pieces. This was impossible. This was madness. Yet it was happening. I was here, talking to something, through a small, black cylinder in a perfectly warm clearing in the middle of a frozen wilderness. What do you want? I managed, my hand trembling as I gripped the rifle. It felt useless, a child's toy against this unseen, unknowable entity. We observe, we learn, and sometimes we offer. Offer what? Knowledge, power, choice. The voice seemed to pause, a subtle shift in the resonant hum. We have been dormant here for a long time, waiting for someone with the right resonance, someone open to what lies beyond. Resonance, I repeated, my mind struggling to process. Yes, a connection, a compatibility. You feel the hum, do you not? It is the vibration of our presence, of this gateway. I did feel it. It was deep within me, a subtle tremor that seemed to align with the hum in the clearing. It felt natural somehow, despite the overwhelming strangeness. Oh, why, Mamise? You are attuned. Your ancestors, they walked this land. They felt the subtle currents, the hidden energies. They respected the wild, the unknown. You carry that spark. Most are too loud, too closed, too afraid, or too dismissive. My dad, his quiet reverence for the woods, his stories of things unseen, of the forest having its own ancient memory. I'd always thought of them as metaphors, poetic expressions of a deeper connection to nature. Now they felt like foreshadowing. What is this gateway? What does it do? I looked down at the cylinder again. It pulsed with a faint, internal light, visible only when I focused intently. It is a point of intersection, between dimensions, between worlds. This clearing is an anchor point, stabilized by the energy we project. It allows us to perceive your reality, and for you to perceive ours if you are willing. My stomach churned. This was too much. Alternate dimensions, hidden entities. I was a park ranger for crying out loud. I dealt with beaver dams and lost campers, not interdimensional portals. I don't understand. You are not meant to yet. Understanding comes with acceptance, with observation, with willingness. The hum seemed to deepen, to become more insistent. We have observed your species for millennia, your struggles, your triumphs, your relentless search for meaning. You are on the precipice of great change, great challenge. What kind of challenge? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. A sense of global dread, not just personal, began to creep in. A shift, a transformation. Your world is fragile, imbalanced. You are losing your way, Mark. The cold, you know, it is not merely a climatic phenomenon. It is a symptom of a deeper imbalance, a slow decay of the very fabric of your reality. The cold, my earliest memory, the cold that gnawed at your soul. I had dismissed it as a local weather phenomenon, but what if it was more? What if it was a manifestation of this imbalance? You mean the winter, the extreme cold. It is a manifestation, yes, but not the cause. The cold is merely a shadow, a precursor. Your world is forgetting its warmth, its connections, its purpose. It is becoming sterile, disconnected. And you want to help. The skepticism in my voice was palpable, even to me. Why would an interdimensional entity care about humanity's plight? Help is a human concept. We seek balance. We seek understanding. Your world holds a unique resonance, a potential for growth and connection that is rare. We wish to preserve it, to guide it, but only if it chooses to be guided. And if it doesn't. A subtle shift in the hum, a hint of something that felt like sadness, or perhaps cosmic indifference. Then it will continue on its path to its own end, and we will observe its passing as we have observed many others. The sheer scope of what this entity was implying was breathtaking, terrifying. The fate of the world, hanging in the balance, being discussed through a metal cylinder in a remote clearing. What do I have to do? The question left my lips before I even realized I was asking it. It was a compulsion, a primal urge to understand, to act. You have already done much. You have opened yourself to us. You have listened. Now you must choose. Do you wish to understand, to see beyond the veil, to touch the edges of what is truly real? The proposal was audacious, overwhelming. It promised everything I had ever sought: knowledge, purpose, a deeper understanding of the world. But it also promised an abandonment of everything I knew, everything I trusted. And how? Through this anchor, this gateway, spend time here, Mark. Immerse yourself. Allow the resonance to deepen. Your perception will shift. You will begin to see, to hear, to know. I looked down at the cylinder again. It seemed to pulse more strongly now, almost inviting me. The hum was a constant presence, a gentle vibration that seemed to calm the frantic beating of my heart. It felt strangely compelling, like a song I'd always known but never heard. What happens if I do? You will change. Your world will change for you. You will become a bridge, a conduit. A bridge for what? For knowledge, for connection, for possibility. You will be able to share what you learn, to guide others if they are willing to listen. It was an offer of immense power and immense responsibility, and it was terrifying. I was just Mark, a park ranger who knew how to track deer and clear trails. What could I possibly do with such a task? What do you need me to do specifically? I asked, trying to ground the conversation, to find some tangible action amidst the abstract. For now, simply be, return, learn. The gateway will show you what is necessary. It is a living connection, not a tool to be wielded blindly. It requires patience, respect. Will anyone else be able to find this place? Only those with the resonance, those who are truly attuned. Many have passed by this place over the millennia. Few have truly perceived it. Fewer still have dared to approach. You are one of the few, Mark. The idea that I was special, chosen, was both exhilarating and deeply unsettling. It pushed me further into the realm of the impossible, the miraculous. What about the cold? Will this help with the cold? I asked, thinking of the brutal winter, the struggling wildlife, the encroaching sterility. The cold is a symptom. Address the imbalance and the symptoms will recede. The gateway is a point of warmth, of life. It anchors a different reality here, one of vibrant energy. The more it is activated, the more it spreads that energy. Activated, how do I activate it? Your presence, your intention, your willingness to connect. It draws energy from you and feeds it back to you, amplified. It is a symbiotic relationship. You are part of the system now, Mark. The concept of being part of the system filled me with a strange sense of destiny, but also of being trapped. Was I being manipulated? Was this entity truly benevolent, or was it using me for its own inscrutable purposes? How do I know I can trust you? I asked, my voice firmer now. A soft, almost imperceptible shift in the hum, a feeling of profound amusement, not malicious but ancient. Trust is earned, little one. It is a human construct. We offer truth. What you do with it is your choice. The wind, a ghost of a breeze, finally stirred outside the clearing, rustling the snow-laden branches. Inside, the air remained perfectly still, perfectly warm. It was a stark contrast, a physical representation of the two realities colliding. I knew with a certainty that transcended logic that my life would never be the same. The ranger who had come out here to check markers was gone, replaced by someone standing on the precipice of an unimaginable journey. The world, which had always seemed so knowable, so bound by scientific principles, had suddenly cracked open, revealing a vast, bewildering universe beneath. I need time, I said, my voice hoarse, to process this. Time is a perception, Mark, but yes, return when you are ready. The gateway will be here. It awaits your decision. The hum began to recede slowly, gently, like a tide pulling back from the shore. The faint internal glow of the cylinder faded, becoming a dull, dark metal again. The sense of presence, the direct mental communication, began to diminish, leaving me feeling strangely bereft, but also utterly overwhelmed. I stood there for a long time, listening to the fading hum, watching the cylinder, feeling the impossible warmth on my face. My rifle, still clutched in my hand, felt ridiculously heavy and useless. What was I supposed to fight? An ancient entity that communicated through thought. Finally, with a deep breath that felt like it drew in centuries of unspoken secrets, I turned and walked back towards the snow line. The cold hit me again, sharp and bracing, but this time it felt different. It felt like a challenge, a confirmation of the entity's words. The world was cold, sterile, and I had been offered a way to change it. I trudged back to my snowmobile, my mind a whirl of fragmented thoughts, impossible truths, and a burgeoning sense of purpose. I had to report back to Henderson by Friday. What would I say? I found an interdimensional gateway and talked to an alien intelligence, sir. No, that was impossible. But I couldn't ignore what I had experienced. I couldn't unknow what I now knew. The world outside the clearing, the world of snow and cold and logic, felt less real, less substantial than the strange, resonant reality I had just glimpsed. I started my snowmobile, the engine's roar a sudden, jarring intrusion. I felt like a stranger in my own skin, my own familiar world. The hum, though faded, still echoed in my chest, a permanent mark, a silent promise. I spent the rest of the day on autopilot checking markers, clearing branches, my eyes seeing, but my mind elsewhere. Every tree, every rock, every stretch of frozen stream now seemed imbued with a hidden life, a secret potential I had never perceived. I saw the world through a new lens, a filter of cosmic possibility and profound, ancient mysteries. When I finally made it back to my campsite that evening, the moon was already high, casting long, stark shadows across the snow. The temperature had dipped further to an unimaginable -40 degrees Celsius. The cold was a physical weight, pressing in, threatening to crush everything under its icy grip. It felt almost deliberate, a demonstration of the imbalance the entity had spoken of. I built an even bigger fire, desperate for its meager warmth, both physical and psychological. I pulled out my satellite phone again, the unsent message to Henderson still on the screen. Encountered unusual localized thermal anomaly. Investigating further. Will report details upon return Friday. It sounded so bland, so utterly inadequate for the reality I now inhabited. I deleted the message. What good would it do? No, I needed to figure this out on my own first. I needed to understand what I was dealing with before involving anyone else. If what the entity said was true, if I was indeed attuned, then I was uniquely positioned and uniquely burdened. I thought about my dad walking these same woods, feeling the subtle currents, knowing things he couldn't articulate. Had he sensed it too? Had he come close to this gateway? Had he been one of the many who passed by but didn't truly perceive? A profound sadness washed over me, a regret that I couldn't share this with him, couldn't ask him. He would have understood, he would have believed. Sleep was still a distant concept. I sat by the fire, nursing a thermos of hot tea, watching the embers glow. The hum was still there, deep within me, a quiet, reassuring presence amidst the chaos of my thoughts. It felt like a part of me now, a constant reminder of the choice I had to make. The next morning, Friday, was even colder. My snowmobile was sluggish to start, groaning in protest against the extreme temperatures. I had one more small section of my patrol route to complete before heading back to headquarters. It was a short detour, a few hours' work before the long journey back. But as I started the engine, my eyes drifted east towards the direction of the clearing. The hum intensified slightly, a subtle pull, a silent invitation. The entity had said, "Return when you are ready." Was I ready? I didn't know. but I knew I couldn't simply go back to my old life, to my old understanding of the world, without one more visit, not after what I had heard. My duty was to Henderson, to the park, to the provincial service. My purpose, I now realized, might be something far greater. The fate of the world, a hidden gateway, a cosmic imbalance. It all sounded insane, yet it resonated with a deep, unsettling truth that my rational mind couldn't ignore. I turned the snowmobile, not towards the last section of my patrol and not directly towards headquarters. I turned east, back to the clearing, back to the warmth, back to the impossible. The decision was made not with logical deliberation, but with an instinct so powerful it felt like an ancient current guiding me. I had to know more. I had to understand. The path I was on was no longer just a trail through the woods. It was a journey into the unknown, a dive into a reality far stranger and more profound than I could have ever imagined. My park ranger duties, my career, my former life, they were all receding, fading into insignificance before the overwhelming presence of the gateway. The seed of dread had fully sprouted, intertwining now with a new, powerful sprout of determination. The silence that surrounded me as I drove was no longer empty. It was filled with possibility, with a quiet hum that felt like the pulse of a new world awakening, and I was being drawn into its heart. My hands, gripping the handlebars, were steady. My gaze, fixed on the distant tree line, held a new, fierce resolve. I was going back, and this time I wasn't just observing, I was participating. The journey back was quicker this time, driven by a powerful sense of urgency. The cold was still there, but it seemed less oppressive, less a threat and more a backdrop against which the extraordinary played out. The hum, that resonant frequency, was a constant companion, growing steadily in intensity with every meter I covered. It was no longer just in my mind. It felt like it was in the air itself, permeating the very fabric of the forest, creating a palpable tension of anticipation. As I approached the general vicinity of the clearing, I killed the engine a good distance away, letting the snowmobile glide to a silent halt. The sudden quiet was profound, but not absolute. The hum was now distinctly audible, a low, deep thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the ground and up into my boots. It was no longer subtle. It was a force, an energy that was undeniable. I left my rifle in its sheath. It felt like a profane tool in this sacred, strange place. I pulled on my snowshoes and began to walk, each step a deliberate act of commitment. The air grew milder with every stride, the transition from biting cold to temperate warmth more pronounced than before, like crossing an invisible boundary. When I reached the snow line, stepping onto the bare earth, the warmth enveloped me like a physical embrace. The thermometer in my pocket, which I had almost forgotten, would have confirmed the 21 degrees, but I didn't need it. I felt it. The air was still, utterly devoid of wind, yet it pulsed with that deep, resonant hum, now filling the entire clearing, echoing in my chest, my bones, my very soul. The small, dark cylinder was still in the center of the clearing, half buried, unobtrusive, yet radiating an immense, silent power. As I watched, it began to glow again, a faint internal light, pulsing in rhythm with the hum. This time the glow was stronger, more vibrant, a deep indigo blue that seemed to draw all other light into itself. I walked towards it, not cautiously this time, but with a sense of inevitability. My boots sank slightly into the dry earth, each step a deliberate trespass into the impossible. I knelt before the cylinder, my hand reaching out, not to poke or prod, but to connect. As my fingers touched the smooth, warm surface of the cylinder, the indigo light flared, and the hum swelled into a symphony of pure energy. It wasn't loud in the traditional sense, but it was overwhelming, a frequency that bypassed my ears and resonated directly with my consciousness. Images, thoughts, feelings began to flood my mind, not in words, but in pure, unfiltered data. I saw patterns, intricate geometric designs that shifted and reformed, hinting at structures beyond my three-dimensional comprehension. I felt emotions, profound peace, ancient wisdom, a vast, incomprehensible loneliness. I sensed immense distances, not of space, but of time, of existence, of realities folded upon realities. The entity's voice returned, not as distinct words, but as a current of thought flowing directly into my mind, mingling with my own consciousness. You have chosen wisely, Mark. You have embraced the connection. What is this? I gasped, the words barely forming, my mind struggling to contain the influx of information. This is us, this is what we are. Energy, information, consciousness. We are the architects of balance, the guardians of possibility. The indigo light intensified, seeming to seep into my skin, into my very being. I felt a tingling sensation, a warming from within, as if my own internal frequencies were being adjusted, harmonized with the gateway's hum. My perception sharpened. I could see the subtle energy fields around the trees, the faint, shimmering aura of life force. The dry grass underfoot seemed to pulse with a hidden vitality. The cold, I thought, the imbalance. Yes, the thought voice confirmed. Your world's connection to the primordial energies, to the true warmth of existence, has atrophied. It has grown deaf to the song of creation. The cold is but a reflection of this internal winter. Then I saw it, a vision, a holographic projection in my mind's eye, the earth, but not as I knew it. A vibrant, pulsing blue and green orb, crisscrossed with golden lines of energy like a living neural network. And then I saw the golden lines begin to dim, to fracture, to fray. Dark, icy tendrils crept across the globe, not merely climate, but a corruption, a spiritual blight. Forests withered, oceans stagnated, the very spirit of life seemed to be draining away. And as this happened, the hum of the planet itself grew faint, discordant. This is the path you are on, Mark, the entity projected. The path of disconnection, the path of silence. The vision shifted, showing me glimpses of humanity. People rushing, disconnected from each other, from nature, from themselves. Obsessed with fleeting material gains, driven by fear and division. Their internal lights, their resonance, dimming to faint embers. How do we stop it? I projected back, a desperate plea. By re-establishing the connection, by awakening the dormant energies, by remembering the song. But how? You are the first, the catalyst. You must learn to resonate, to amplify, to share. The indigo light pulsed again, and I felt a new surge of energy, a profound sense of purpose that coursed through me, burning away my fear, my skepticism. It was like a dormant part of my soul had suddenly awakened. What is required of me? You must become one with the gateway, not physically, but energetically. You must allow its resonance to flow through you, to integrate with your own being. You will become a conduit, a living amplifier. The concept was daunting, almost terrifying, but the clarity of it, the undeniable rightness, was overwhelming. It felt like I had spent my entire life searching for this, for a purpose so profound it transcended my understanding. And then you must listen. The gateway will guide you. It will reveal the next steps. There are other such anchor points on your world, dormant, waiting to be reawakened. They are all interconnected, a network of warmth, waiting to counter the encroaching cold. A network, other gateways. My mind struggled to grasp the implications. This wasn't just about this one clearing, it was about the entire planet. I can do this, I found myself saying, the words coming from a place deep within me I didn't know existed, a place of pure, unwavering resolve. Yes, Mark, you can, but the path will not be easy. It will demand everything of you. It will test your resolve, your belief, your connection. Many will not understand. Many will fear what they cannot comprehend. I thought of Henderson, of my colleagues, of the world outside this miraculous circle. They would see me as a madman. They would dismiss what I said as delusions. But how could I care about their skepticism when the fate of the world, a truly cold, sterile world, hung in the balance? The indigo light reached its peak, washing over me in a wave of pure, living energy. The hum resonated through every cell, every molecule of my body. I felt myself expanding, my consciousness stretching, reaching beyond the confines of my physical form. I saw the vastness of the universe, the intricate dance of creation and destruction, the myriad forms of life, the infinite possibilities. And at the heart of it all, that same fundamental hum, the song of creation. Then, just as suddenly, the light began to recede, the hum to soften. The vision dissolved, leaving me kneeling on the dry earth, breathless, overwhelmed, but profoundly changed. The cylinder dimmed, returning to its dark, inert state. The warmth in the clearing remained, but the intense, mind-altering experience had passed. I pushed myself up, my legs feeling shaky, my entire body tingling with residual energy. The world looked different. The trees seemed more vibrant. The snow sparkled with a deeper light. Even the distant, biting cold felt less threatening, more like a challenge to be overcome. I was no longer just Mark, a park ranger. I was a conduit, a bridge, a part of something ancient and immense. My mission was clear, though the specifics were still shrouded in mystery. I had to learn. I had to listen. I stood there for a long moment, the world shimmering with a new, vibrant clarity I had never noticed before. The brutal cold that still clung to the periphery of the clearing felt less like an enemy and more like a challenge, a tangible representation of the imbalance the entity had described. My old life, my park ranger duties, the practicalities of my patrol, all seemed distant, almost irrelevant. I had stepped across a threshold, and there was no going back. My legs felt surprisingly steady as I made my way back to the snowmobile. The deep, resonant hum, though no longer a direct communication, still thrummed beneath my skin, a constant companion. It felt like an internal compass, orienting me not to north or south, but to a deeper truth. Starting the snowmobile felt like tearing myself away from a dream. The engines roar a jarring intrusion into the profound silence I had just left. But even the mechanical growl seemed to carry a new dimension, a subtle vibration that harmonized with the hum within me. I drove, not following any trail, but guided by an internal sense, a feeling that drew me deeper into the untouched wilderness. The entity had spoken of other anchor points, a network. While it hadn't given me directions, the impulse to explore, to seek, was overwhelming. My immediate responsibilities faded. Henderson, the overdue reports, Friday's deadline, they were mere whispers against the roaring tide of revelation. What was a missed patrol compared to the fate of the world? I still had my satellite phone, a lifeline to the mundane, but it felt heavy and useless in my pocket. Who could I call? What could I say? The sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and fiery orange. I knew I should make camp, but the urgency within me propelled me forward. I wasn't just searching for another gateway. I was searching for answers, for understanding. The entity had called me a catalyst, a living amplifier. What did that even mean? How did I use this newfound connection? As darkness finally descended, blanketing the forest in an oppressive shroud, I stumbled upon a small, natural rock overhang. It wasn't much, but it offered some shelter from the biting wind. I cleared a patch of snow, laid down my insulated mat, and pulled out my sleeping bag. Building a fire felt like an insurmountable effort. My body was weary, but my mind was racing. I spent the night in a restless state, half asleep, half aware. The hum was constant, a low, soothing vibration that permeated my dreams. I saw fleeting images, swirling patterns of light, ancient symbols carved into stone, distant horizons bathed in a light that wasn't sunlight. Faces, indistinct and benevolent, seemed to watch over me. I awoke before dawn, feeling surprisingly refreshed despite the lack of deep sleep. The cold was still intense, but I barely registered it. There was a new clarity to my thoughts, a sense of purpose that overshadowed all discomfort. I ate a quick cold breakfast, packed my gear, and set off again. My path was still unguided by maps or trails, yet I felt undeniably directed. The hum was stronger now, a magnetic pull deep in my chest. It felt like I was being led, not by an external force, but by an internal compass that had always been there, finally activated. Mid-morning, I found myself in a different kind of forest. The trees here were older, massive pines and spruce that stood like silent titans, their branches heavy with ancient snow. The air was particularly still, and the silence, even without the gateway's direct presence, felt profound. Then the hum intensified dramatically, vibrating through the ground, making the snowmobile's engine feel like a mere murmur. I cut the engine. The resulting silence was absolute, broken only by the distant, rhythmic creak of ice in the trees, a sound I now perceived with heightened clarity. The hum, though silent to my ears, resonated powerfully within me. I pulled out my binoculars, scanning the dense tree line. And there it was, not a perfectly round clearing this time, but a long, narrow fissure in a towering granite cliff face. A cave entrance, almost perfectly hidden by snow-laden branches. But unlike the rest of the exposed rock, which was coated in a thick layer of rime ice, the area immediately surrounding the cave entrance was bare. Dry rock, dark and jagged, stark against the brilliant white. My heart pounded with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. This was it, another anchor point. The hum pulsed, a powerful beacon. I could feel the warmth emanating from the cave even from a distance. I left the snowmobile, took out my headlamp, and began walking towards the fissure. The transition from bitter cold to temperate warmth was even more abrupt here, like stepping through an invisible wall. The air was still mild and carried a faint, earthy scent, mingled with something else I couldn't quite place, metallic, yet organic. As I approached the cave, the hum swelled to an almost unbearable intensity, vibrating not just in my body, but in the very air around me. The indigo glow, faint and internal, was visible now, shimmering from within the cave entrance. It was like looking into a living heart, pulsing with silent energy. I stepped inside. The cave was surprisingly spacious, opening into a large, cavernous chamber. The air was dry and warm, the temperature easily 20 degrees Celsius. Water droplets, remnants of past melt, clung to the ceiling but showed no signs of freezing. The walls were rough, unworked granite, but they shimmered with the same faint, indigo light I'd seen in the cylinder. The light pulsed, illuminating intricate patterns on the rock face, natural veins of quartz and other minerals that now seemed to align into geometric shapes, echoing the patterns I'd seen in my mind's eye during the first gateway encounter. In the center of the chamber, just like the clearing, was a small cylindrical object, but this one was different. It was larger, perhaps the size of my forearm, and instead of being half buried, it rested on a natural pedestal of rock, glowing with a soft, steady indigo light. It hummed, not just mentally, but audibly now, a low, melodic thrum that resonated deep within the stone and in my very being. I walked towards it, my steps echoing softly in the cavern. There were no tracks, no signs of human presence, just the ancient rock and the glowing cylinder. As I drew closer, the hum intensified, enveloping me in a cocoon of pure energy. My hand reached out instinctively. As my fingers grazed the cylinder, the indigo light flared, momentarily blinding me. The hum became a deafening roar in my mind, not painful but overwhelming. And then the voice returned, clearer, more defined than before, as if the connection was stronger here. "Welcome, Mark, we expected you." Expected me, I thought, my mind reeling from the intensity of the connection. "Your resonance signature is unique. Your path is unfolding. This is the second node, the northern anchor." "Northern anchor," I repeated mentally. "Are there others?" "Many others scattered across your world, dormant, awaiting awakening." A map, intricate and shimmering, materialized in my mind. It was a projection of the Earth, similar to the vision I'd had before, but now I saw not just the golden lines of energy, but glowing nodes, points of light scattered across the continents. Two of them glowed brightly, the one I was at and the one in the clearing. The others were dim, faint embers, barely visible. "Each anchor point serves a unique function within the network," the entity explained, its thoughts flowing directly into mine. "The clearing, your first encounter, is the surface node. It is an interface designed for initial contact, for the awakening of perception. This, the northern anchor, is a channeling node. It gathers, amplifies, and redirects the primordial energies of your world." "Primordial energies?" I asked, struggling to grasp the concepts. "The innate life force, the vibratory essence of existence. Your people call it Kai, prana, spirit. It is the fundamental warmth that sustains all life. Your world is losing its connection to it. This node, once fully activated, can begin to restore that connection." "How do I activate it?" "Your presence is the key, your intent, your resonance. You are the conduit. But to fully activate it, you must integrate its purpose within yourself. You must understand the flow of energy, feel it, direct it." I closed my eyes, focusing on the hum. It was more than just a sound. It was a sensation, a vibration that ran through every cell of my body, connecting me to the ancient rock, to the glowing cylinder, to the vast network that now appeared in my mind's eye. I felt the energy, a subtle current, flowing from the very depths of the earth through the cylinder and into me. It was exhilarating, empowering. "Breathe, Mark," the entity instructed. "Breathe the energy. Allow it to fill you. Become one with its purpose." I took a deep breath, inhaling the warm, earthy air of the cave. With each breath, the indigo light within me intensified, and I felt a sense of profound connection, an expansion of my own consciousness. I wasn't just observing the energy, I was becoming it. It flowed through me, a warm river of light, circulating, swirling, growing stronger. As I continued to breathe, to focus, images began to flash in my mind. Ancient forests, vibrant and alive, teeming with unseen energies. Rivers flowing with a luminous quality. Mountains that pulsed with a deep, earthy wisdom. I saw indigenous peoples, long ago, sitting in circles, chanting, their hands raised, connecting to this very energy, strengthening the network, keeping the gateways alive. They understood. They had always understood. My dad's words echoed. The forest has its own ancient memory. Then the images shifted. I saw the decline, the golden lines on the earth map dimming, the vibrant forests replaced by barren landscapes, the luminous rivers turning dark and sluggish. Humanity, once connected, now alienated, building walls of steel and glass, severing its ties to the fundamental warmth. The cold, that gnawing, bone-deep cold, creeping in like a slow, inexorable tide. This is the truth of your world's suffering, Mark, the entity projected. It is not merely a physical cold. It is a spiritual desolation, a disconnection from the life-giving pulse of existence. How do I share this? I asked, my mind filled with the weight of this knowledge. How do I make people see? You cannot force them to see. You can only illuminate the path. You must become the embodiment of the connection. Your actions, your very presence will resonate. The awakened nodes will amplify this. You must gather, amplify, and redirect this energy back into the world, beginning with your own land. My own lands. Yes, these lands, Algonquin, they hold a potent, ancient energy. They are a heart within the network. This northern anchor is crucial. It has been dormant for too long. The hum in the cave intensified again, almost physically pushing against me. The cylinder pulsed with a renewed brilliance, casting intricate, shifting shadows on the cave walls. I felt a surge of energy, a distinct sensation of power flowing through me, far beyond anything I had ever experienced. It was invigorating, revitalizing, like every cell in my body was singing. What do I do now? I asked, eager, yet still overwhelmed. You must seek the next node, the nexus node. It is the central hub, the point of greatest amplification. It lies deep within these ancient lands. We will guide you, but first you must understand your own power, your own resonance. The entity paused, a moment of profound silence, even amidst the hum. Then the thoughts continued, imbued with a new sense of urgency. The cold is accelerating, Mark. The imbalance deepens. Time is not on your side. You must move quickly, but with intention, with purpose. Your world has chosen to ignore the whispers. Now it must heed the song. How will I know where to go? How will I find this nexus node? Your internal compass will guide you. The resonance within you will grow stronger as you approach. Trust your instincts. Trust the hum. It will lead you. I felt a profound shift within me. My fear had been replaced by a fierce determination, my skepticism by an undeniable conviction. This was my purpose. This was why I was chosen, to reawaken the dormant heart of the world. I understand, I projected back my voice, or rather my thought, firm and clear. Go, Mark, the entity responded, its presence beginning to recede, the hum softening slightly. Begin your journey. The network awaits its awakening. The indigo light in the cylinder dimmed, settling back to a steady, soft glow. The intense mental connection faded, leaving me standing in the warm, silent cave, still tingling with residual energy, but alone again. I took a moment, letting the magnitude of my mission settle. I was to find a central nexus, hidden somewhere in the vastness of Algonquin Park, to activate it, and somehow, through this process, counter the encroaching spiritual and physical cold that was suffocating the planet. It was an undertaking so immense, so impossible, it should have crippled me with doubt. But it didn't. There was an unwavering certainty within me now, a deep-seated belief that I could do this. I walked back out of the cave, leaving the glowing cylinder behind. The harsh cold hit me again, but it felt different this time. It felt like a tangible opponent, a force to be resisted, to be countered. The air, crisp and biting, seemed to hum with the same resonant frequency I felt within myself. The world was no longer just a passive landscape. It was a living, breathing entity, and I was now intricately connected to its pulse. I climbed back onto my snowmobile. No more detours for park reports. No more pretense of routine duties. My mission was now singular, all-encompassing. I started the engine, and instead of turning back towards headquarters, I turned deeper into the wilderness, following the faint, insistent pull in my chest. The trees, the snow, the frozen rivers all seemed to shimmer with a new significance, a hidden potential. The entity hadn't given me a map or coordinates, only a feeling, a resonance. But it was enough. I trusted it. I trusted the hum. I trusted the profound, ancient wisdom that had chosen me. The journey was long and arduous. I drove for hours, deeper and deeper into the park's heart, crossing frozen lakes that stretched like vast white deserts, navigating through dense forests where the snow lay untouched for years. The cold was a constant, gnawing presence, but the internal warmth, the hum, sustained me, protected me. My body felt tireless, my mind sharp and focused. I was operating on a level of awareness I hadn't known was possible. Days blurred into a single, intense experience. I slept little, ate sparingly, driven by an urgency that transcended physical need. My satellite phone remained in my pocket, forgotten. The mundane world had ceased to exist for me. There was only the quest, the silent guidance, the relentless pull towards the Nexus node. The landscape began to change again. The forests grew denser, older. The ravines deeper, the rock formations more dramatic. I was heading into an area known for its ancient, untouched beauty, a place few humans ever ventured, the true heart of Algonquin. One afternoon, as the pale winter sun struggled to break through a perpetually gray sky, the hum reached a new peak. It was no longer just a vibration. It was a palpable pressure, a physical sensation that resonated through the ground, through the handlebars of my snowmobile, through every bone in my body. It felt like I was being drawn into a vortex of pure energy. I cut the engine. The silence was immediate and absolute, except for the powerful thrumming that now pulsed from a specific direction. I grabbed my rifle, more out of habit than need. It felt utterly useless, a relic from a different world. I pulled on my snowshoes and started walking. The forest here was ancient, the trees reaching to the sky like colossal, gnarled fingers. The snow was incredibly deep, pristine, untouched. Each step was a struggle, but I felt an almost euphoric lightness, driven by the profound energy radiating from ahead. After about an hour of pushing through the deep snow, I reached it. It wasn't a clearing, nor a cave. It was an island, nestled in the middle of a vast, frozen lake. But this island was unlike anything I had ever seen. It was almost perfectly circular, like the first clearing, but instead of bare earth, it was a riot of vibrant, impossible green. Lush, dense vegetation, trees with leaves, ferns unfurling, even flowers, blooming in a kaleidoscope of colors against the stark white backdrop of the surrounding winter. Steam rose gently from its center, curling into the frigid air, creating a hazy, ethereal glow. The water around the island, though surrounded by thick lake ice, was open, bubbling softly, and a faint, almost musical hum emanated from it. This was the Nexus. I knew it instantly. The hum here was overwhelming, a symphony of pure, resonant energy that permeated everything. The air was warm and humid, thick with the scent of damp earth and blooming flora. It was like stepping into a tropical paradise in the middle of an Arctic wasteland. My heart swelled with an emotion I couldn't name, awe, exhilaration, a deep, abiding connection to something ancient and profoundly alive. This was the heart of it all. I approached the shore of the island. The lake ice was thick and pristine, but a narrow channel of open water, perhaps 3 meters wide, separated the island from the surrounding frozen lake. The water in the channel was clear, revealing smooth, dark stones on the bottom. It pulsed with a soft, bioluminescent glow, a deep, shimmering indigo. I removed my snowshoes, the sudden sensation of soft earth beneath my feet a jolt. I looked for a way to cross the channel. There was no bridge, no fallen log, just the glowing, open water. How do I cross? I projected mentally, feeling the entity's presence grow strong, almost physically present, in the overwhelming hum of the nexus. The water is the path, Mark, the entity responded, its thoughts now clear, distinct, imbued with a powerful, ancient wisdom. It is the conduit, it is the connection, it will not harm you. Hesitantly, I stepped towards the edge of the channel. The air here was even warmer, almost balmy. I peeled off my heavy gloves, then my parka, then my thermal top. The warmth was so intense, the humidity so thick that I began to sweat. Standing on the edge of a frozen lake, surrounded by an impossible Eden, stripped down to my base layers in -40-degree weather, felt profoundly surreal. I dipped my bare foot into the glowing indigo water. It wasn't cold. It was surprisingly warm, like a perfectly heated bath. A jolt, not of pain, but of pure energy, shot up my leg. It was exhilarating, electric. Taking a deep breath, I stepped fully into the channel. The water rose to my waist, warm and comforting. The bioluminescent glow intensified, surrounding me in a halo of indigo light. The hum swelled, and I felt myself becoming one with the energy, merging with the flow. It was like coming home. I waded across the channel, the water parting easily before me, the current gentle. Each step brought a fresh surge of energy, a deeper connection. When I reached the shore of the island, I stepped onto lush green grass that felt soft and yielding beneath my bare feet. The air was heavy with the scent of blossoms and damp earth. Birds, species I didn't recognize, darted through the verdant canopy, their calls melodious and alien. Insects, brightly colored, buzzed amongst exotic flowers. It was a miniature, self-contained jungle, thriving impossibly in the heart of winter. In the very center of the island, where the steam rose thickest, was the Nexus node. It wasn't a cylinder here. It was a large, crystalline structure, multifaceted and glowing with an intense, radiant indigo light. It pulsed with the rhythm of the hum, sending out waves of pure energy that permeated the entire island, warming the air, nurturing the impossible flora and fauna. It stood perhaps 2 meters tall, a beacon of otherworldly power. I walked towards it, my bare feet sinking into the soft, warm earth. The closer I got, the more intense the energy became. It was overwhelming, breathtaking. I felt my own resonance, the hum within me, synchronize with the nodes, becoming a single harmonious chord. I reached the crystalline structure. It hummed, a low, melodic thrum that vibrated through my very bones. The surface was smooth, cool to the touch, yet radiating an immense warmth. Its multifaceted facets reflected the indigo light in 1,000 directions, creating a dizzying, beautiful display. Welcome, Mark, the entity's thought voice resonated, powerful and clear, directly in my mind. You have arrived. You have found the heart. What do I do? I whispered, my voice hoarse with awe. You must activate it fully. You are the catalyst. Your resonance, your intention, your purpose, they are the final keys. And how? Place your hands upon the crystal, Mark. Merge your energy with its. Allow the flow to become absolute. Let the warmth within you ignite the warmth of the world. I hesitated for only a second. Then, with a profound sense of destiny, I reached out. My hands, still tingling from the channel crossing, placed themselves flat against the smooth, cool surface of the Nexus node. The moment my skin made contact, an unimaginable surge of energy ripped through me. It wasn't painful, but it was overwhelming, a pure white-hot current of power that flooded every cell, every nerve, every fiber of my being. My vision blurred with blinding indigo light. The hum became a roar, not just in my mind, but echoing through the very fabric of reality. I felt myself dissolving, my individual consciousness expanding, merging with the crystal, with the island, with the vast network beneath the earth. I saw the golden lines of energy, the dormant anchor points flicker then brighten one by one across the globe. I felt the planet's slow, agonizing hum begin to deepen, to strengthen, to find its lost rhythm. The cold, sterile tendrils I had seen in the vision seemed to recoil, to recede, fighting against the surging warmth. My body felt like it was alight, burning with an internal fire. I was no longer Mark. I was a conduit, a vessel, a living bridge between worlds, channeling an ancient power, awakening a sleeping giant. The entity's presence was no longer a voice, but a seamless integration, a part of my own expanded consciousness. I saw visions of the past, ancient civilizations, long forgotten, tending to these very nodes, understanding their purpose, living in harmony with the planet's pulse. I saw glimpses of the future, a world reborn, vibrant and alive, humanity reconnected, living in balance not just with nature, but with the deeper, primordial energies of existence. A world where the cold was merely a season, not a symptom of decay. The energy continued to build, swelling to an incredible crescendo. I felt the network, the interconnectedness, stretching across continents, under oceans, through mountains. It was a symphony of life, a song of creation, finally being sung again. Then, just as the power seemed about to consume me, to tear my physical form apart, there was a sudden, sharp jolt. Not from the crystal, but from somewhere deep inside the island. A discordant note, a tremor of something else. The entity's presence, now integrated with my own thoughts, sharpened. An anomaly, a disruption. The indigo light in the crystal flickered, and the hum wavered, a momentary stumble in the majestic symphony. The warmth on the island seemed to waver, and I felt a faint chill creep in, a subtle hint of the brutal winter still raging outside. "What is it?" I projected, alarm bells ringing in my expanded consciousness. An intrusion, a counter-resonance, another force, one that thrives on imbalance, on disconnection. It has been drawn by the awakening. My mind, still reeling from the cosmic connection, struggled to grasp this new threat. Another force, what did that mean? It seeks to sever the connection. The entity's thought voice resonated, filled with a new, urgent warning. To plunge the nodes back into dormancy, to perpetuate the cold. I felt a profound sense of dread, colder than any northern Ontario winter, wash over me. I wasn't just awakening a network, I was entering a cosmic battle. The stakes were higher than I could have ever imagined. My mission wasn't just to connect, it was to protect, to fight. The crystal structure before me pulsed erratically, its indigo light flickering. The hum, though still powerful, now carried an unsettling undertone, a discordant tremor. The lush vegetation around me seemed to dim slightly, the vibrant colors losing some of their impossible intensity. The birdsong grew frantic, then ceased. The steam rising from the island's center thickened, taking on a murky, almost oppressive quality. I pulled my hands away from the crystal, the surge of energy instantly receding, leaving me feeling strangely bereft, but also grounded enough to process this new, chilling reality. "Where is it?" I demanded, scanning the vibrant jungle, then the glowing water, then the distant, frozen lake. It is here, within the node's shadow, a manifestation of the imbalance. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet trembled, not a natural tremor, but something focused, deliberate. The crystal pulsed violently, its light flickering like a dying candle. The warm, humid air of the island grew heavy, stagnant, and a faint, unnatural chill began to seep into my bones. Then, from the depths of the island, from the very core of the nexus, a low growl emerged. It wasn't an animal sound. It was deeper, guttural, a sound that vibrated not just through the air, but through the earth itself, filling me with primal terror. The steam rising from the island's center, which had been clear and pure, began to swirl, condensing into a dark, shadowy mass. It swirled faster and faster, coalescing, drawing strength from the very energy of the nexus. It was formless, yet undeniably present, radiating an icy cold that bit at my exposed skin. My breath hitched. This wasn't some abstract counter-resonance. This was a tangible, malevolent presence. "What is that?" I gasped, my mind racing, still grappling with the impossible, now confronted with the terrifying. The shadow of the cold, the entity's thought voice resonated, tinged with a solemn warning. It is the antithesis of connection, the embodiment of disconnection. It feeds on imbalance, on fear, on the growing cold of your world. It has found the nexus. It seeks to consume it. The shadowy mass pulsed, growing larger, more defined, though still without a clear form. It was a swirling vortex of darkness, radiating a profound, unnatural chill that threatened to snuff out the impossible warmth of the island. The vibrant green leaves around me began to curl, to blacken at the edges as if kissed by frost. The exotic flowers withered and died, their petals crumbling to dust. I felt a surge of panic. This was real. This was a physical threat, unlike anything I could have ever imagined. My rifle, still on the shore of the frozen lake, felt 1,000,000 miles away. What could a bullet do against a shadow? "How do I fight it?" I projected, desperation lacing my thoughts. "You must project warmth, Mark," the entity instructed, its voice now laced with urgency. "Channel the energy of the nexus. Amplify your own resonance. It cannot withstand pure, concentrated warmth. It is a creature of cold, of void." I instinctively reached out to the crystal again, placing my hands back on its cool, smooth surface. The energy surged into me, but this time it was different. It wasn't a gentle flow, but a torrent, raw and untamed. The shadow mass recoiled slightly, letting out a guttural hiss that echoed in my mind. I closed my eyes, focusing on the warmth within me, the hum that was now a roaring fire. I pushed the energy outwards, a wave of pure, indigo light, directly at the swirling shadow. It was like pushing against an invisible, icy wall. The cold emanating from the shadow intensified, biting at me, trying to drain the warmth from my very being. I felt myself shivering, despite the intense energy flowing through me. This was a battle of wills, of energies, my inner warmth against its outer cold, my connection against its disconnection. The fate of the nexus, and perhaps the world, depended on me. I was just Mark, a park ranger, but I was also a conduit, a living amplifier, a bridge, and I would not let the cold win. The shadow surged forward, its formless mass elongating, reaching out towards me with icy tendrils. The crystal pulsed, its light dimming under the assault. The vibrant island continued to wither around me, the impossible dream fading under the encroaching nightmare. I pushed back, channeling every ounce of newfound energy, every spark of connection, every bit of purpose I had found. I focused on the profound warmth, on the ancient hum, on the visions of a vibrant, reconnected world. I screamed, not with my voice, but with my very being, a roar of pure, untamed life force. The indigo light flared, exploding outwards from my body, meeting the encroaching darkness. A guttural shriek, not of sound, but of pure psychic agony, reverberated through my mind as the shadow recoiled violently. It shriveled, shrinking back, its form less defined, its icy tendrils dissolving. I kept pushing, the energy flowing through me, overwhelming, exhilarating. The warmth on the island slowly began to return. The leaves on the trees, though still blackened, seemed to hold a faint, shimmering hope of regrowth. The crystal glowed brighter, regaining its steady pulse. The shadow, diminished but still present, retreated to the farthest edge of the island, a swirling, malevolent patch of darkness amidst the returning green. It watched me, its unseen gaze filled with an ancient, fathomless malice. It was biding its time. I collapsed, my hand still on the crystal, my body trembling with exhaustion, but also with a profound sense of victory, however temporary. The hum of the nexus, though still powerful, had a new, resolute quality. The entity's presence resonated with a deep, silent affirmation. Well done, Mark, the thought voice resonated. You have defended the nexus, but this is only the beginning. It will return. It seeks to corrupt the heart of the network. You must find the strength to face it again. You must fully awaken this node and the others before it consolidates its power. I looked out across the channel, towards the endless expanse of frozen lake, then back at the retreating shadow. The battle was far from over. I was tired, shaken, but there was a fierce new resolve burning within me. This was my fight. The cold had found its warmth, and I was its champion. I knew then that I couldn't leave the Nexus. Not yet. I had to understand it, to fully activate it, to draw on its power, to learn how to wield this warmth against the encroaching shadow. My journey had just truly begun. I was no longer merely on a path to discovery. I was on a path to war, a war for the very soul of the planet. And I was standing on the front line, in an impossible jungle, surrounded by a frozen winter, with a malevolent shadow lurking at the edge of my vision. I knew then that I couldn't leave the Nexus. Not yet. I had to understand it, to fully activate it, to draw on its power, to learn how to wield this warmth against the encroaching shadow. My journey had just truly begun. I was no longer merely on a path to discovery. I was on a path to war, a war for the very soul of the planet. And I was standing on the front line, in an impossible jungle, surrounded by a frozen winter, with a malevolent shadow lurking at the edge of my vision. The retreat of the shadow left a void in the air, a vacuum where its icy malice had been. The Nexus crystal pulsed with a renewed, steady indigo light, and the hum, though still powerful, settled into a more harmonious rhythm. The warmth returned to the island, seeping back into the struggling vegetation, though the blackened leaves were a stark reminder of the recent assault. My body still trembled, but a strange clarity had settled over my mind, a profound understanding of the task ahead. It will return, the entity's thought voice resonated, a solemn echo in my mind. It senses the awakening. It will seek to undo what you have achieved. How can I stop it? I projected, my thoughts laced with a fierce determination that surprised even myself. How can I truly defeat it? By becoming the Nexus, Mark, the entity replied, by fully integrating its purpose. This node is a heart. To awaken it means to beat as one with it. To fully channel its power, you must understand the flow, the rhythm, the song of creation it amplifies. I nodded, though there was no one to see. I placed my hands back on the cool, smooth surface of the crystalline structure. This time, the surge of energy wasn't overwhelming in its initial impact. It was a gradual infusion, a gentle yet persistent current that flowed from the crystal, through my hands, and into every fiber of my being. I closed my eyes, focusing inward, allowing myself to be absorbed by the hum. The entity's thoughts continued, guiding me. Feel the core of the nexus. It draws energy from the ley lines of your planet deep within the earth. It amplifies the primordial warmth, the life-giving force. It sends this energy outwards through the network of dormant nodes, a pulse awaiting a response. As I focused, I began to perceive the energy flow. It was like a vast, unseen river flowing beneath the earth, converging beneath this island. I felt the immense power of the planet itself, ancient and profound, being drawn up into the nexus, filtered and purified by the crystal, and then radiated outwards. I felt myself not just observing, but participating in this process. My own energy, my own life force, intertwined with that of the nexus, becoming an integral part of the circuit. Hours passed, or perhaps moments. Time became meaningless within the nexus's embrace. I knelt before the crystal, my mind expanding, absorbing, integrating. I learned to consciously draw the energy from the earth through the crystal and into myself. I felt it circulate, transforming my own cells, enhancing my senses, sharpening my perception. The humming within me grew stronger, more resonant, a perfect harmony with the nexus. I saw visions of the other dormant nodes, scattered across the globe, tiny embers waiting for the spark. The entity showed me glimpses of their locations, deep within ancient mountain ranges, beneath forgotten deserts, at the heart of sacred groves, each one unique, yet all connected by the golden lines of energy. Each node has its own guardian, the entity's thoughts explained. Chosen as you were, attuned to the resonance, but time and disconnection have left many dormant, forgotten, their guardians long past, their purpose lost. You must reawaken them. You must reignite the network. The enormity of the task was staggering. I was just one man. How could I travel the world, find these hidden nodes, and awaken them? You will not be alone, Mark, the entity reassured me. The awakened nexus will guide you. It will empower you. And you are not the only one who feels the hum. Others, though few and scattered, carry the resonance. They will be drawn to the light as you were. I opened my eyes. The nexus crystal pulsed with a new, vibrant intensity, its indigo light brighter, more stable. I felt the warmth of the island deepen, not just a physical sensation, but a profound, almost spiritual warmth that filled every atom of the space. The blackened leaves on the surrounding vegetation were now slowly unfurling, regaining their impossible green, tiny buds appearing on once-withered branches. A small, brightly colored insect landed on my outstretched hand, its delicate antennae twitching. Life was returning, vibrantly, miraculously. I stood up, feeling a new strength in my limbs, a lightness in my step. My mind was clear, focused, imbued with an understanding that transcended mere knowledge. I was no longer just Mark, the park ranger. I was a living nexus, a conduit, a part of the grand design. Just then, a chill wind swept across the island, cutting through the balmy air. The vibrant greens flickered, and the hum of the nexus wavered. The shadow, previously retreated, began to stir at the edge of the island, a swirling vortex of growing darkness. It seemed larger now, denser, its malevolence more palpable. It returns, the entity's thought voice resonated with urgency. Stronger this time. It draws strength from the encroaching cold of your world, from the fear and discord. You must be ready. I faced the encroaching shadow, my stance firm. I could feel the energy of the nexus coursing through me, a vibrant, burning warmth. This time there was no panic, only a steely resolve. I knew what I had to do. I extended my hands towards the shadow, not in a defensive posture, but as if to embrace it. I drew on the energy of the nexus, feeling it surge through me, amplifying my own resonance. The indigo light flared from my hands, not as a focused beam, but as a radiating wave of pure, concentrated warmth. The shadow hissed, a psychic scream that grated against my expanded consciousness. It surged forward, its icy tendrils reaching, attempting to encompass and extinguish the light. I felt the piercing cold, the insidious attempt to drain my warmth, to paralyze me with fear. But I held my ground. No, I projected, my thought a roar that echoed across the island. You will not extinguish this warmth. You will not win. I pushed harder, channeling every ounce of the Nexus's energy, every bit of my awakened purpose. The indigo light intensified, swirling around me, forming a protective barrier that glowed brighter than the sun. The warmth, emanating from my very core, met the encroaching cold head-on. It was a clash of realities, the vibrant, life-giving warmth of connection against the sterile, consuming cold of disconnection. The shadow writhed, its formless mass shrinking, dissolving at the edges, letting out an agonizing, silent shriek. It recoiled, unable to withstand the pure, unadulterated energy. I didn't just repel it this time, I pursued it. I stepped forward, channeling the Nexus's energy through my feet, through the ground, forcing the shadow back, further and further, beyond the impossible island, across the glowing channel, onto the vast, frozen lake. The shadow, battered and diminished, scattered into wisps of icy smoke, dissipating into the brutal winter air, leaving behind only an even colder pocket of silence on the distant lake ice. It was gone, not destroyed perhaps, but driven back, weakened, its immediate threat nullified. I stood there, panting, the energy coursing through me, my body alight. The island pulsed with triumphant warmth, its vibrant greens now fully restored, the birdsong returning, sweet and melodious. The Nexus crystal glowed with a steady, powerful light. It is repelled, the entity's thought voice resonated, a note of quiet satisfaction in its tone. For now, but it will regenerate. It is a manifestation of your world's imbalance. As long as the cold persists, so too will its shadow. Then I must reawaken the network, I projected, my resolve hardened, my purpose solidified. I must spread the warmth. Yes, Mark, the entity affirmed. This is your path. The Nexus is fully active. Its energy now flows through you. You are the heart of its awakening, but the path ahead is long and perilous. I looked out across the shimmering channel to the vast, frozen expanse of the lake, and beyond it to the endless, snow-covered forest. The cold was still there, biting, oppressive, but it no longer felt insurmountable. It felt like a challenge, a canvas upon which I was destined to paint a new reality. The first step, I knew, was to leave the Nexus, to carry its warmth, its energy, its purpose back into the world, to begin the arduous journey of reawakening the dormant nodes. I waded back across the glowing channel, the warm water invigorating my bare feet. Stepping onto the frigid lake ice was a shock, but the internal warmth, the hum within me, quickly adapted, cushioning the blow. I pulled on my parka, my gloves, my snowshoes, preparing to face the true cold once more. My snowmobile, a distant speck against the endless white, seemed to beckon. It was my only link to the conventional world, the tool that would carry me on this unimaginable journey. I still had no map for the other nodes, no precise coordinates, but I had something more powerful, an internal compass, guided by the Nexus's energy, a pull so strong it felt like destiny itself. I climbed onto the snowmobile, started the engine, and took one last look at the impossible island, glowing like an emerald and indigo jewel in the heart of the frozen wilderness. Then I turned my back to it and drove. Not back to headquarters, not back to my old life, but deeper into the unknown, following the faint, insistent pull in my chest. The first quest was over. The true journey had just begun. The next few weeks became a blur of relentless travel and uncanny discovery. The Nexus's energy coursed through me, invigorating my body, sharpening my senses to an almost supernatural degree. The biting cold of the northern Ontario winter, though ever present, no longer felt debilitating. It was simply a physical reality, a backdrop against which my new purpose shone. My internal compass, that subtle, insistent hum, guided me unerringly. I traveled alone, my snowmobile my only companion, navigating through landscapes few humans had ever witnessed. My first destination, guided by the Nexus, was deep in a remote, mountainous region of the park, a place known for its ancient rock formations and treacherous terrain. The hum grew steadily stronger as I approached, vibrating through the very ground beneath my snowmobile, a low, resonant thrum that spoke of immense, latent power. I eventually found myself in a narrow, ice-choked canyon, flanked by towering granite walls. The snow here was impossibly deep, piled in drifts that reached the height of my snowmobile. I left the machine behind, pulling on my snowshoes, the rifle now feeling like a redundant weight on my back. What could it accomplish against a power that transcended the physical? The cold in the canyon was fierce, intensified by the wind whistling through the narrow gap. But as I trudged deeper, an opening appeared in one of the canyon walls, a large cave, almost perfectly concealed by ice formations and snowdrifts. And from within it, the familiar warmth radiated, pushing back against the brutal cold. This node was different from the previous two. The entrance was a natural marvel, a vast arching opening carved by millennia of ice and wind. As I stepped inside, the hum enveloped me, a soothing ancient melody that resonated deep within my bones. The cave was immense, a cathedral of ice and rock. But unlike the freezing exterior, the air inside was temperate, perfectly still, and carried the faint scent of damp earth and something indefinable, almost metallic, yet organic. In the center of the cavern, not on a pedestal or half-buried, but seemingly grown from the very rock, was another crystalline structure. It was smaller than the Nexus, perhaps waist-high, but its facets glowed with a deep, emerald green light, pulsing in rhythm with the hum. This was clearly another anchor point. The mountain heart, the entity's thought voice, resonated in my mind, clearer and more direct now that my connection to the Nexus was established. A node of stability. It anchors the network, drawing strength from the deep geological formations of your world. It helps to regulate the flow of energy, providing resilience. I approached the emerald crystal, its light casting shifting patterns on the rough cave walls. I could feel its distinct energy, different from the vibrant life force of the Nexus or the interface of the surface node. This felt like quiet strength, an unyielding foundation. I placed my hands on its cool, smooth surface. The emerald light flared, and the hum intensified, not a surge of overwhelming power, but a steady, deep resonance that permeated my being. I felt the ancient geological energies of the planet flowing through the crystal, through me, connecting to the Nexus, strengthening the entire network. My mind was flooded with images of tectonic plates, magma flows, the slow, powerful movements of the Earth's crust. I understood its role, its silent, foundational purpose. It is awakened, the entity affirmed, its voice filled with satisfaction. Another connection re-established. The network strengthens. As I withdrew my hands, the emerald crystal settled into a steady, strong glow. The cave seemed to brighten, imbued with a new vitality. I felt the subtle shift in the planetary hum, a strengthening of the entire symphony. The thought of the shadow crossed my mind, but the entity quickly responded. It cannot easily penetrate a newly awakened node. Its strength lies in exploiting dormancy, in feeding on disconnection. Each awakening weakens its hold, pushing it further back into the shadows. A wave of relief washed over me. This was progress, real progress. I spent the next few days in a similar pattern. Driven by the Nexus's internal compass, I traversed vast distances, always pushing deeper into the untouched heart of Algonquin Park. I discovered a total of 3 more nodes within the park's boundaries, each unique, each fulfilling a different role in the network. One was hidden beneath a waterfall, now frozen solid, where I had to brave treacherous ice to reach a hidden grotto. This node, glowing a vibrant sapphire blue, was the water veil, a point of purification and emotional balance, helping to filter discordant energies from the network. Another was found in a sprawling, ancient forest of towering white pines, many centuries old. This node, radiating a golden yellow light, was the forest whisper, a node of consciousness and communication, allowing the network to perceive the subtle thoughts and intentions of the living world around it. The final node I found in Algonquin was in a vast, open expanse of barren rock, scoured clean by ancient glaciers, where only stunted lichen grew. This node, a deep, earthy red, was the Earth's embrace, a node of regeneration and physical manifestation, anchoring the network's energy firmly into the physical reality of the planet. With each activation, I felt the network strengthen, the planetary hum deepen, and my own connection to it grow more profound. My body felt less like a collection of cells and more like a finely tuned instrument, perfectly harmonized with the frequencies of the Earth. I was no longer simply Mark. I was a living part of the network, a conscious extension of its purpose. As I activated the Earth's embrace node, the entity's thought voice resonated with a new sense of completion. The Algonquin network is now fully active, Mark. 6 nodes, including the Nexus, now sing in harmony. This region, a vital heartland, is fully reconnected. A new vision flashed in my mind, the shimmering map of Earth and the Algonquin region, previously just a single bright nexus, now glowed with a radiating golden light, a vibrant epicenter of warmth. The other dormant nodes, scattered across the globe, seemed to flicker with a faint, hopeful light, responding to the surge from Algonquin. The next phase of your journey now begins, the entity continued. The shadow is wounded but not vanquished. It will rally. You must carry the warmth beyond these borders, to other lands, to other hearts. You must seek out the guardians, awaken them if they are still dormant, and reactivate the global network. I understood Algonquin was just the beginning. The global fight against the cold, against the encroaching disconnection, was my true calling. I made my way back towards the edge of Algonquin Park, my snowmobile humming with a new purpose. The journey felt different now. The cold still bit, but it felt less severe, almost symbolic. My internal warmth was a constant, impenetrable shield. I had been out in the wilderness for nearly 2 months. 2 months since I'd left Henderson's office. 2 months since my life had irrevocably changed. I knew I couldn't simply walk back in and pretend nothing had happened. My old life as a park ranger felt like a distant dream, a faded memory from another existence. As I approached the outskirts of the nearest town, the faint signals of civilization began to prickle at my enhanced senses. The distant hum of power lines, the subtle vibrations of human activity, the fragmented thoughts that flitted across the periphery of my expanded consciousness. It was all a jarring contrast to the profound silence and focused energy of the wilderness. I found a remote, overgrown logging road that would eventually lead to a highway. I parked my snowmobile, carefully camouflaging it with branches and snow. I took out my satellite phone, which I hadn't touched in weeks. It felt alien, a relic from a past life. I knew I needed to contact Henderson, but not to report back on my patrol. I needed to explain in some way that I wouldn't be returning. I typed a message, my thumbs feeling clumsy on the tiny keypad. Henderson, Mark, unforeseen circumstances, unable to return to duties, resigning, cannot explain now. Trust me, it's for the best, will be in touch when possible. I stared at the message for a long moment, wondering what he would make of it. He'd probably think I'd gone completely mad, but what else could I say? I pressed send. The small message sent, confirmation, felt like a definitive break with my old life. I shed my heavy parka and thermal layers, replacing them with a less conspicuous winter jacket and pants I'd kept in my dry bag. I strapped my rifle to my pack. It still felt out of place, but a necessary precaution in a world that wasn't yet ready for the true nature of my mission. Walking towards the highway, the roar of passing transport trucks was deafening after weeks of profound silence. The exhaust fumes stung my nostrils. The garish neon lights of a distant gas station seemed blinding. It was an assault on my senses, a stark reminder of the disharmony of the human world. I reached a small gas station and diner, a beacon of civilization in the vast wilderness. I walked in, immediately drawing stares. My clothes were worn, my beard thick, my eyes, I imagined, held a wild, intense light. I hadn't seen myself in a mirror in months. I ordered a coffee, the rich, bitter aroma a welcome jolt to my senses. As I sat there, sipping the hot liquid, I felt the hum of the nexus, the network, pulsating gently within me, a constant source of calm amidst the chaotic energy of the human world. I felt the subtle energies of the people around me, their anxieties, their fleeting joys, their underlying sense of disconnection. It was overwhelming, but also strangely illuminating. "You've been out in the bush a long time, fella?" the waitress asked, a kind, weathered woman with a knowing smile. "Something like that," I replied, my voice hoarse from disuse. "Must have been a harsh winter out there. Heard it's the worst in decades." "It is," I said, meeting her gaze. "But there's warmth, too, if you know where to look." She just nodded, a curious but not disbelieving look in her eyes. Perhaps some people still sensed it, that faint echo of primordial warmth. I spent the next few days in the small town, using a prepaid burner phone to arrange travel. My enhanced senses, my connection to the network, allowed me to perceive the subtle currents of information, to discern the most efficient and least conspicuous ways to move. I wasn't trying to hide, but I wasn't trying to draw attention either. My mission was too important. My first destination, guided by the entity's whispers in my mind, was a place far from the Canadian wilderness, the ancient forests of the Amazon. It seemed like an impossible leap, a monumental task, but the nexus energy within me felt boundless, my resolve unshakable. I arranged for a series of flights, carefully chosen to minimize scrutiny. I withdrew all my savings, knowing that my old life, my old income, was gone. My resources were limited, but my purpose was absolute. The journey was a sensory overload. From the biting cold of northern Ontario to the humid, vibrant chaos of bustling airports, to the suffocating heat and overwhelming biodiversity of the Amazon basin. Each transition was a challenge, but the hum, the steady, grounding presence of the nexus within me kept me centered. As I flew over the vast green expanse of the Amazon rainforest, the sheer scale of the world's imbalance became terrifyingly clear. I felt the golden lines of energy, the planetary ley lines, here too, but they were strained, fractured, choked by the relentless assault of deforestation, pollution, and human disconnection. The pervasive cold I had seen in my visions wasn't just physical winter. It was an existential desolation, a creeping death of the spirit of the land. My internal compass vibrated powerfully, pulling me deeper into the heart of the jungle. I hired a small bush plane, then a local guide, paying him well to take me to a remote, uncharted region, using a vague story about ecological research. The heat and humidity were suffocating, a stark contrast to the -40 I had grown accustomed to. Yet the warmth of the nexus within me adapted, regulating my body, allowing me to endure. The guide, a stoic, weathered man named Javier, moved through the dense jungle with an almost animalistic grace. He spoke little, but his eyes held a deep, ancient wisdom. As we trekked deeper, I felt the subtle shift in the air, the growing strength of the hum, the almost palpable sense of a different reality merging with this one. One afternoon, after days of relentless travel through dense, suffocating jungle, Javier suddenly stopped. He pointed with his machete towards a particularly dense thicket of massive, vine-choked trees. "Beyond here," he said, his voice low, "the spirits sleep. They do not like visitors." I felt the powerful pull of the node, radiating from beyond the thicket. "I have to go there, Javier," I said, my voice firm. "It's important, more important than you can imagine." He looked at me, his eyes searching, then nodded slowly. "I will wait here, but be careful, gringo. The jungle has its secrets, and some do not wish to be disturbed." I gave him a reassuring nod, then pushed my way through the thicket. The vegetation grew impossibly dense, the air hot and heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and exotic blossoms. And then I found it. It wasn't a clearing, or a cave, or an island. It was an ancient, sprawling ceiba tree, its massive trunk wider than a small house, its branches reaching like colossal arms towards the unseen sky. The tree itself pulsed with a soft, glowing, golden-brown light, a deep, earthy warmth that radiated outwards, creating a pocket of profound peace in the heart of the chaotic jungle. Its roots, massive and gnarled, formed intricate patterns in the earth like ancient glyphs. This was the world tree. The entity's thought voice resonated, a profound sense of reverence accompanying its words. A node of life and growth. It channels the vitality of the planet, fostering biodiversity, sustaining the delicate web of existence. It is a powerful counterbalance to the encroaching sterility. I walked towards the world tree, feeling its ancient power, its vibrant life force. Its bark was impossibly smooth, almost silken, despite its immense age. As I placed my hands on its vast trunk, the golden-brown light intensified, surging into me, and the hum swelled to a powerful, life-affirming chorus. I felt the intricate web of life, the interconnectedness of every plant, every animal, every insect in the vast Amazonian ecosystem. I felt the pulse of the rainforest, its immense vitality, its fragile beauty, its relentless struggle against the forces that sought to destroy it. I saw visions of deforestation, of burning landscapes, of a once vibrant green turning to ash. And I felt the agonizing pain of the planet, the spiritual desolation that mirrored the physical destruction. "The cold here is not snow and ice, Mark," the entity explained. "It is the cold of indifference, the cold of destruction, the cold that strips away life and leaves only desolation. I pushed back, channeling the Nexus's energy through the world tree, amplifying its life-giving warmth. I felt the tree respond, its golden brown light surging outwards, encompassing the surrounding jungle, fighting against the unseen forces of destruction. The entity guided me, helping me to harmonize my resonance with the tree, to become one with its purpose. When I finally withdrew my hands, the world tree pulsed with a new, vibrant intensity. The air around it felt even more alive, more potent. I knew the node was fully reawakened, its healing energy now flowing back into the global network. As I made my way back through the jungle, Javier was waiting, his eyes wide. The air, it changed, he whispered, looking towards the ceiba tree. The spirits, they sing again. I simply nodded, a faint smile on my lips. He didn't understand the specifics, but he felt the effect, and that was enough. It was the first sign that my efforts were having a tangible impact, not just on the network, but on the world around it. The next few months were a blur of similar journeys. From the dense Amazon, I was guided to the stark beauty of the Sahara Desert, where a node of ancient wisdom lay buried beneath shifting sands, radiating a deep, earthen orange light. It held the accumulated knowledge of forgotten civilizations, connecting the network to humanity's past and its potential. Then to the remote, windswept steppes of Mongolia, where a sky weaver node, a brilliant cerulean blue, soared atop a sacred mountain, connecting the network to the celestial energies, to the vastness of the cosmos. I learned to adapt to every environment, every culture, every challenge. My resources dwindled, but miraculously, somehow, new opportunities for travel would always appear at just the right moment. It was as if the network itself was providing, ensuring my mission could continue. The deeper I integrated with the network, the more it seemed to manifest its will through my reality. I encountered other guardians as the entity had foretold. Not all of them were still alive or aware. Some nodes I found completely dormant, their guardians long gone, their connections severed. It was my task to reawaken them, to provide the initial spark. But occasionally I would find someone like Javier, who had an innate, if unconscious, resonance. And in a few rare, profound instances, I met true, active guardians. In the Himalayas, high amidst the snow-capped peaks, I found a cloistered monastery, its ancient stones humming with a subtle energy. Here, an aged monk, his eyes filled with a serene, ancient light, was the guardian of the silent seer node, a radiant violet light that allowed the network to perceive the subtle energies of consciousness, to discern truth from illusion. He spoke no words, but his mind thoughts flowed into mine, a stream of profound wisdom and quiet understanding. He had been waiting for me, for the network to awaken. We spent days in silent communion, strengthening the connection, sharing knowledge. He was the first to fully understand my mission, to truly see me. Each awakening was a powerful experience, deepening my connection, expanding my understanding. The map of Earth in my mind began to glow with more and more points of light, forming a vast, intricate web of warmth and connection that pulsed with a renewed planetary hum. The shadow of the cold, though still a pervasive threat, seemed to recede further into the periphery, its influence weakening with each node's reawakening. But the journey wasn't without peril. The shadow, though weakened, was not dormant. It probed, it attacked, not always directly, but through subtle manipulations. I felt its insidious whispers in the minds of those consumed by greed and fear, those who sought to exploit the land to sever connections. It tried to create discord, to sow doubt, to turn people against me. There were close calls, suspicious accidents, sudden mechanical failures, moments when I felt an oppressive, soul-draining chill descend upon me, trying to extinguish the inner warmth. But the network, through me, always pushed back. The nexus energy, the collective hum of the awakened nodes, shielded me, guided me, gave me the strength to resist. One particularly harrowing encounter took place in a densely populated urban sprawl, a sprawling metropolis where a powerful, hidden node, the urban pulse, lay beneath an ancient, forgotten park. This node, glowing a vibrant crimson, was crucial for integrating the network's energy with the chaotic, concentrated energy of human civilization. As I activated it, the shadow launched its most aggressive attack yet outside the nexus. It manifested not as a swirling, formless entity, but as a palpable wave of despair and aggression that swept through the city, sparking riots, violence, and an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. People turned on each other, consumed by a chilling, irrational rage. I stood in the heart of the reawakened urban pulse node, channeling its crimson energy, fighting against the tide of human discord. It was a battle of consciousness, of intention. I projected warmth, empathy, understanding, pushing back against the encroaching cold of hate and disconnection. It was exhausting, terrifying, but I held my ground. The crimson light flared, pushing back against the wave of despair, bringing moments of clarity, of calm, amidst the chaos. The shadow recoiled, its indirect attack thwarted by the reawakened connection. It was a stark realization that the cold was not just an external force. It was an internal one, a spiritual ailment that manifested in human behavior, in the collective consciousness of a disconnected species. My mission was not just about activating crystals. It was about reigniting the spark of warmth and connection within humanity itself. Months turned into a year. I crisscrossed the globe, a silent sentinel, a living bridge, tirelessly seeking out and awakening the dormant nodes. My body was leaner, tougher, my mind sharper, my connection to the network absolute. I communicated constantly with the entity, its thought voice a constant companion, a source of unwavering guidance and profound wisdom. I was no longer just a conduit. I was a co-creator, a participant in the planet's healing. The global network began to glow with a brilliant, radiating warmth. The cold, once a pervasive symptom, seemed to be slowly, almost imperceptibly, retreating. The planetary hum was now a strong, vibrant chorus, felt by more and more attuned individuals across the globe, even if they didn't fully understand its source. The shadow was still out there, lurking, but its influence was diminishing, its attacks less potent, its grasp weakening. I was nearing the end of my global journey. Only a handful of nodes remained dormant, scattered in the most remote, inhospitable corners of the world. My next destination, the entity informed me, was one of the most crucial, the polar star node, hidden deep beneath the perpetual ice of the Arctic Circle. This node is a sentinel mark. The entity's thought voice resonated with a new gravitas. It is the final anchor, the deepest source of physical cold. Its awakening will be a direct challenge to the heart of the imbalance. It will be the shadow's last stand. I felt a surge of adrenaline, mingled with a profound sense of anticipation. This was it, the culmination of my journey, the final confrontation. I chartered an icebreaker, using a carefully constructed cover story about scientific research, and headed north into the relentless, unforgiving white expanse of the Arctic. The cold here was beyond anything I had experienced in Ontario. It was absolute, crushing, a physical presence that threatened to freeze the very air in my lungs. But the warmth of the network, burning fiercely within me, shielded me. As we pushed deeper into the ice, the hum within me grew to an almost overwhelming roar. The ship's instruments began to malfunction, compasses spinning wildly, communication systems crackling with static. The crew, a grizzled bunch of polar veterans, grew uneasy. "Never seen anything like it," the captain grumbled, staring at his wildly fluctuating gauges. "It's like the whole damn world's gone haywire up here." I knew it wasn't the world gone haywire. It was the awakening. The final battle was approaching, and the planet itself was responding. Eventually, guided by the insistent hum, we reached a massive, impossibly ancient ice shelf. The hum was deafening now, vibrating through the very hull of the ship. I knew the node was directly beneath us. I donned specialized Arctic gear, leaving my rifle on the ship. What could a physical weapon do against the forces that awaited me? My true weapon was the warmth, the connection, the network itself. I descended into the ice, accompanied by a small team of wary scientists I'd convinced to join my research. We drilled down deeper and deeper, through hundreds of meters of solid ice, the hum intensifying with every meter. The cold was unimaginable, but within the small, cramped drill shaft, I felt the Nexus energy surging through me, keeping me warm, focused, resolute. We drilled ceaselessly through hundreds of meters of solid ice, the hum within me growing to an almost deafening roar. The cold was beyond anything I had ever imagined, a crushing, suffocating presence that seemed to absorb all light and sound. Yet within the narrow confines of the drill shaft, the Nexus energy coursed through me, a burning furnace against the absolute zero, keeping me warm, focused, and unshakable in my resolve. My scientific companions, bundled in layers of specialized Arctic gear, shivered visibly, their faces etched with fatigue and apprehension. They exchanged nervous glances, attributing the increasingly erratic instrument readings and the strange, resonant vibrations to geological anomalies. I said nothing, offering only reassuring nods, knowing the true nature of the phenomenon we were approaching. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the drill broke through, not into rock, but into a vast, open space. A cavern. The air that rushed back up the shaft wasn't frigid. It was strangely mild, almost warm, carrying a faint mineral scent. And the hum, now truly audible to my physical ears, was a profound, resonant thrum that vibrated through the very bedrock, through the drill rig, through my entire being. "We've hit a cavity," one of the scientists yelled, his voice muffled by his parka hood, a mixture of awe and professional excitement in his tone. "It's massive." I didn't wait. I secured my lines, clipped on my headlamp, and began the descent. The scientists, hesitant but compelled by curiosity, followed. As I dropped through the drill hole, the mild air enveloped me. The cavern opened up beneath us, illuminated by the powerful, steady glow of the polar star node. It was unlike any node I had seen. The cavern itself was a masterpiece of nature, carved by unimaginable pressures and time, its walls shimmering with ice crystals that caught and refracted the node's light. But this light was different. It wasn't indigo or emerald or golden yellow. It was a brilliant, shimmering white, almost blinding in its purity, pulsing with an ancient, rhythmic beat that resonated with the very heart of the earth. In the center of this colossal space, suspended almost miraculously between the floor and the ceiling by an invisible force, was the polar star. It wasn't a crystal structure or a cylinder or a tree. It was a sphere, a perfect, seamless sphere of pure, compressed light, about 5 meters in diameter, radiating that brilliant, incandescent white. It hummed with a primal energy that felt both incredibly powerful and profoundly serene. The polar star, the entity's thought voice, resonated, powerful and clear in my mind, tinged with a solemn reverence. The final anchor, the deepest source of physical cold, Its awakening will challenge the very heart of the imbalance. Be ready, Mark. The shadow awaits. As I descended further, my feet finally touching the cavern floor, the sheer scale of the space and the node was breathtaking. The scientists behind me gasped, murmuring in hushed tones, their headlamps sweeping across the cavern, revealing its immense, untouched grandeur. They saw a geological marvel. I saw the culmination of my journey. I walked towards the sphere, my steps echoing softly in the vast silence of the cavern, a silence broken only by the omnipresent hum. The white light intensified, not burning, but enveloping me in a cocoon of pure energy. I felt the overwhelming power of this node, its connection to the deepest, coldest currents of the planet, its purpose to regulate the very extreme temperatures of the world. As I approached the sphere, the cavern seemed to darken, not from a lack of light from the node, but from an encroaching gloom. The air grew heavy, thick with a profound, unnatural chill that began to seep into my bones, a cold that surpassed even the Arctic exterior. The brilliant white light of the polar star flickered, almost imperceptibly, its hum wavering, a discordant note creeping into its pure song. It is here, the entity's thought voice resonated, urgent and grim, the shadow of the cold, its final stand. From the farthest reaches of the cavern, where the dim edges merged with the absolute darkness, a swirling vortex began to form. It was denser, darker, more defined than any previous manifestation I had encountered. This wasn't a wispy patch of smoke. It was a colossal, churning maelstrom of absolute blackness, radiating an icy malice that instantly extinguished the light from the scientists' headlamps, plunging them into a terrified, shivering darkness. Their gasps and cries of alarm echoed, then were swallowed by the encroaching void. The shadow surged forward, its formless mass elongating, extending vast, icy tendrils towards the polar star sphere. The brilliant white light of the sphere dimmed rapidly under the assault, its hum faltering, its rhythmic pulse stuttering. The profound cold it radiated was a physical blow, threatening to freeze me where I stood. I stood my ground, channeling the nexus energy within me, feeling the collective strength of all the awakened nodes across the globe. The warmth ignited within my core, a burning sun pushing back against the encroaching frigidity. "Mark, what is that?" one of the scientists shrieked, his voice filled with primal terror. "Stay back," I yelled, my voice ringing with a power I hadn't known I possessed. "Don't let it touch you." I extended my hands towards the shadow, focusing all my will, all my awakened purpose, all the power of the network into a single, concentrated burst of warmth. The brilliant white light of the polar star, even though dimming, seemed to answer my call, its essence flowing through me, merging with my own. A blinding wave of pure, incandescent white light erupted from my body, surging outwards, meeting the encroaching darkness head-on. The shadow let out a psychic shriek, a soundless scream of pure agony that vibrated through the very rock of the cavern, rattling my teeth. It recoiled violently, its icy tendrils dissolving on contact with the overwhelming warmth. But this time it was different. The shadow didn't dissipate. It merely contracted, consolidating its mass, becoming denser, more potent. It coiled around itself, a compact vortex of absolute black, radiating an even more intense, soul-draining cold. It was concentrating its power, preparing for a true, direct confrontation. The polar star sphere pulsed erratically, its white light flickering, struggling against the profound chill. Its hum became a strained, discordant whine. I felt the immense pressure of the shadow, a cold that sought to extinguish not just physical warmth, but the very spark of life, of hope, of connection. It was attacking the core of what the network stood for. It is powerful here, Mark. The entity's thought voice resonated, strained. This is its domain. It feeds on the deep cold. You must channel the warmth of all the nodes, the entire network. You are the conduit. You are the heart. I closed my eyes, focusing inward, reaching out with my expanded consciousness. I felt the hum of the nexus, the mountain heart, the water veil, the forest whisper, the earth's embrace, the world tree, the ancient wisdom, the sky weaver, the silent seer, the urban pulse, all of them, thousands of miles away, now singing in unison, their combined energy flowing into me, through me, amplifying my own resonance to an unimaginable degree. I opened my eyes and a brilliant, multi-hued light, a kaleidoscope of indigo, emerald, sapphire, golden yellow, crimson, orange, violet, and pure white, radiated from my body. I was no longer just Mark. I was the network, a living embodiment of the planetary warmth, a beacon of pure, resonant energy. This is for the world, I roared, my voice now layered with the echoes of countless voices, ancient and profound. I unleashed the full, combined power of the global network. A colossal wave of light and warmth surged from me, a supernova of life-affirming energy, slamming into the compact, swirling mass of the shadow. The clash was cataclysmic. The cavern vibrated violently. Ice crystals shattered from the walls and ceiling, raining down like frozen diamonds. The soundless shriek of the shadow intensified to an unbearable crescendo, a pure psychic agony that threatened to tear my mind apart. The shadow fought back with unimaginable force, radiating a cold so profound it felt like the fabric of reality was tearing. I felt its insidious tendrils attempting to latch onto my very soul, to drain my life force, to extinguish the light within me. My body screamed in protest, pushed beyond all endurance. I felt the edges of oblivion, the terrifying pull of absolute cold, absolute disconnection. But I held fast. I clung to the warmth, to the connection, to the purpose that had driven me across the world. I saw the faces of the people I had met, the struggling wildlife, the vibrant forests, the gleaming oceans, all of them depending on this fight. The multi-hued light pulsed, struggling against the encroaching darkness. I channeled more, until I felt like my very being was dissolving into pure energy. The shadow, for all its immense power, could not withstand the unadulterated, concentrated warmth of a fully awakened network. It was anathema to its very existence. Slowly, agonizingly, the shadow began to break. Cracks appeared in its dense black mass, fissures of brilliant white light piercing through the darkness. Its psychic shriek tapered, replaced by a low, guttural growl of pure, unadulterated defeat. It tried to hold its form, to cling to existence, but the torrent of warmth was too much. With a final, desperate, soundless roar of rage and despair, the shadow of the cold imploded. It didn't dissipate into smoke this time. It simply ceased to be, vanishing utterly, leaving behind a sudden, profound vacuum, a silence that felt heavier, deeper than anything I had ever experienced. The raw, unfiltered cold of the Arctic rushed back into the cavern, but it felt different. It was merely physical cold, devoid of the malicious, soul-draining essence that had permeated it before. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, hands shaking, heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. The multi-hued light radiating from me faded, replaced by the pure, steady white glow of the polar star sphere, which now pulsed with renewed strength, its hum once again serene and powerful. The cavern, though still frigid from the shadow's retreat, slowly began to warm, its ice crystal walls shimmering with a new, vibrant light. The scientists, previously plunged into terrified darkness, blinked, their headlamps flickering back to life, revealing their pale, shaken faces. They stared at me, then at the empty space where the colossal darkness had been, their expressions a mixture of confusion, fear, and profound awe. What happened? One of them stammered, his voice barely a whisper. I looked at them, then up at the polar star sphere, which now shone with an unwavering, brilliant white light, filling the cavern with its pure, resonant hum. I felt a sense of immense peace, a profound relief that settled deep within my bones. The shadow was gone. The global network was fully activated. The cold, the spiritual cold, it's gone, I said, my voice hoarse, but filled with an undeniable certainty. For now, the imbalance is corrected. The entity's thought voice resonated in my mind, not strained or urgent, but filled with a deep, ancient wisdom and quiet triumph. You have succeeded, Mark. You have fully awakened the network. The song of creation now rings clear across your world. The shadow has been banished from this dimension. It can no longer directly assault the nodes. It's truly gone, I asked, a tremor of hope in my voice. From this reality, yes, it has been pushed back, its anchor severed, but its essence, the cold of disconnection, still lingers in the hearts of your species. It is a battle that must now be fought on a different front. You have given your world a chance, a new beginning. I looked at the polar star sphere, then back at the bewildered faces of the scientists. They had seen something impossible, something that defied all their scientific understanding. They were witnesses. We need to get out of here, I said, my voice firmer now. There's a lot to explain. The climb back up the drill shaft was arduous, but the nexus energy within me, still strong, propelled me upwards. When we emerged into the biting Arctic air, the sun, a pale disk in the sky, seemed to shine with a new, pristine brilliance. The cold was still absolute, but it felt clean, natural, devoid of the malevolence that had once permeated it. It was simply winter, a season, not a symptom of decay. Back on the icebreaker, the captain and crew looked at us with a mixture of fear and profound curiosity. The instruments on the ship had returned to normal, but the strange tremors and power fluctuations had left their mark. "What in God's name happened down there, Mark?" the captain asked, his usually gruff voice hushed. I looked out across the endless white expanse of the Arctic, then turned to face him, my eyes filled with the light of 1,000 awakened nodes. I found what we were looking for, Captain, the source of the cold, and we fixed it. He stared at me, then back at the scientists, who were already huddled, murmuring excitedly and fearfully about the immense cavern and the inexplicable light. They had empirical data, but no framework to understand it. I knew my journey of awakening the nodes was complete, but the entity's words echoed in my mind. It is a battle that must now be fought on a different front. You have given your world a chance, a new beginning. The war against the cold wasn't over. It had simply shifted. The physical battle was won, but the spiritual one, the battle for the hearts and minds of humanity, had just begun. I was no longer just a conduit for energy. I was a messenger, a guide. My life as a park ranger, a seeker of anomalies, was long past. I was now something else entirely, a guardian, a bringer of warmth, and I knew with a deep, unshakable certainty that my greatest challenge and my true purpose lay not in the remote wilderness, but in the crowded, disconnected world of humanity. I had to share the song. I had to help them remember the warmth. The icebreaker began its slow, grinding journey back through the ice, leaving the glowing Arctic cavern and the serene polar star sphere behind. As we headed south towards the bustling cities and the complex human world, I felt the hum of the global network radiating through me, a constant, powerful presence. The world had been given a reprieve, a second chance, and I was now tasked with making sure they seized it. The challenges would be immense. How do you explain interdimensional gateways, ancient entities, and a global network of warmth to a skeptical, scientific world? How do you convince billions of disconnected individuals to reconnect, to remember the profound warmth of existence? But I wasn't afraid, not anymore. I was ready. My journey had brought me to the edge of the world, and now it was pulling me back into its heart, prepared for a fight far more intricate and demanding than any I had yet faced. The first step was to return to civilization, to process, to plan, to figure out how to bridge the impossible gap between what I knew and what the world believed. The silence of the Arctic was fading, replaced by the distant roar of engines and the faint, chaotic hum of human existence. The real work was about to begin. The journey back from the Arctic was a blur of conflicting emotions and jarring realities. A profound sense of peace mingled with a growing apprehension. The biting cold that still permeated the air, though stripped of its malicious edge, was a constant reminder of the physical world I was re-entering. The ship, a noisy, clanking behemoth of steel and diesel, grated against my senses, which had been finely tuned to the subtle harmonies of the planetary network. The hum, a constant, resonant thrum deep within me, felt like a sacred melody attempting to play over the cacophony of human machinery. The scientists aboard the icebreaker were a whirlwind of activity, their initial terror giving way to frenzied scientific curiosity. They had empirical data now, strange readings from the drill site, inexplicable temperature fluctuations, and the undeniable fact of a massive, perfectly spherical cavern hundreds of meters beneath the ice. But they had no framework, no language, to truly understand what they had witnessed. They huddled in the mess hall, poring over their readouts, arguing theories, their faces pale with exhaustion and intellectual shock. They spoke of geothermal anomalies, unknown ice-carving processes, or even some advanced, forgotten civilization. Anything but the truth. I watched them, a silent observer. My attempts to explain, to articulate the existence of interdimensional gateways, of primordial energies of the shadow of the cold, were met with blank stares, then polite, pitying smiles. "Mark, you've been under a lot of stress," Dr. Anya Sharma, the lead glaciologist, had said gently, placing a hand on my arm. Extreme isolation, the cold it can do strange things to the mind. She spoke of hypothermia-induced hallucinations, of sensory deprivation. They were trying to rationalize the impossible, to fit it into their existing paradigms. And in their world, what I spoke of was simply impossible. The captain, a gruff man named Olaf, was more direct. "You're a good man, Mark, but whatever you saw down there, it wasn't normal. We'll get you to a proper facility for a checkup when we get back to port." His eyes held a mixture of concern and a professional need to dismiss anything that might jeopardize his ship or reputation. I understood their reactions. I had been one of them once. My own rational mind had struggled fiercely against the truth when I first encountered the clearing in Algonquin. But now the truth was an undeniable part of me. The network hummed within my very being. The collective song of the awakened nodes was a constant, powerful presence. I knew the world had been given a reprieve, a second chance, and I was its messenger, its guide. The journey south felt interminable. Each passing day brought me closer to civilization, and with it, the daunting task of bridging the impossible gap between what I knew and what the world believed. I spent my time in quiet contemplation, listening to the network, honing my connection, trying to understand how to translate the profound into the tangible. The entity's thoughts were a constant companion, guiding me, advising me. Patience, Mark. Trust is earned. Understanding is a journey, not a destination. Begin small. Show, do not tell where possible. When we finally reached the bustling port city, the sensory overload was immense. The blare of horns, the flashing lights, the dense press of humanity, it was an assault on my heightened senses. I felt the cacophony of human thought, the underlying anxieties, the pervasive sense of disconnection, a faint, lingering echo of the shadow's influence. It was overwhelming, but the nexus energy within me, amplified by the fully awakened network, provided a steady anchor, a core of calm amidst the storm. I was met by park officials, my old supervisor Henderson among them. He looked older, his squint more pronounced. "Mark, what in God's name happened? We thought you were dead. Your snowmobile was found abandoned. Your resignation message, what is all this?" His voice was a mixture of relief and frustrated anger. I tried to explain, to give them some semblance of the truth. "Henderson, I found something that changes everything. It's about the cold, the extreme winters. It's a symptom of a deeper problem, a global imbalance." He stared at me, then at the still-shaken scientists who were being debriefed nearby. Dr. Sharma caught my eye, a look of concern on her face. "Mark, please, let's get you to a doctor. You've been through a lot." The official verdict was swift and predictable: extreme stress and isolation-induced psychosis. I was stripped of my park ranger credentials, advised to seek professional help, and quietly escorted away. My reports of glowing crystals, interdimensional entities, and a global network of warmth were dismissed as delusions, the ramblings of a man who had spent too long alone in the cold. The cavern beneath the Arctic ice was declared a unique geological formation, its mild temperatures attributed to a previously undiscovered geothermal vent. The scientific community, though baffled by the specifics, found comfort in their familiar explanations. I didn't resist, I understood. Their world wasn't ready, but my mission remained. I was still a guardian. I was still a bringer of warmth. My first task was to find a place to regroup, a quiet corner where I could reconnect with the network and plan my next move. I had no job, no official standing, and a medical record that labeled me mentally unstable. But I had my savings, which, though depleted, were enough for a modest start. More importantly, I had the network. I rented a small, isolated cabin in a remote area, not too far from the edge of Algonquin Park. It wasn't the wilderness I had known, but it offered enough solitude to focus. I spent my days in meditation, honing my connection to the network, allowing the hum to fill me, to guide me. The entity's thoughts, now almost seamlessly integrated with my own, provided a constant stream of wisdom and direction. "The world needs tangible proof, Mark," it resonated. "Something that transcends scientific explanation, yet is undeniable to the senses. Focus on areas of concentrated imbalance. Show the warmth where the cold is most felt." My thoughts immediately went to the devastating cold snaps, the relentless blizzards that still plagued many parts of the world. The entity confirmed. Yes, the extreme weather, it is a lingering manifestation. Counter it. Not globally, not yet, but in localized areas, one at a time. Plant seeds of warmth. I decided to start small, with a series of seemingly inexplicable acts of environmental healing. My first target, a small, struggling farming community in the Canadian prairies, battling a late-season frost that threatened to wipe out their entire crop. I packed light, relying on public transport and sheer perseverance. My physical appearance had changed dramatically since my Arctic return. My eyes, once dull, now held a deep, intense light. My movements were fluid, graceful, almost effortless. The hum of the network was a visible aura, a subtle glow if one knew how to look for it. I felt younger, stronger, revitalized by the Nexus energy. I arrived in the prairies during a bitter cold snap. The air bit at my exposed skin, but I barely registered it. The hum within me was a burning furnace. The farmers were distraught, watching their fields succumb to the unexpected frost. I walked into one of the fields, feeling the cold, sterile tendrils of imbalance clinging to the dying plants. I knelt, placing my hands on the frozen earth. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my consciousness, drawing on the vast collective energy of the global network. I channeled the warmth, focusing it, amplifying it, directing it into the soil, into the struggling plants. I wasn't just warming the earth. I was reestablishing its connection to the primordial energies, infusing it with life. A faint indigo light pulsed from my hands, invisible to the naked eye, but felt as a profound warmth by me. The ground beneath my hands slowly began to soften, the ice crystals melting, giving way to damp, dark earth. A subtle green shimmer rose from the plants, a rapid revival that was impossible under the conditions. I spent hours in that field, moving from one section to another, a silent, solitary figure. By the time I finished, the frost had visibly receded from the treated areas, leaving behind patches of miraculously healthy, vibrant crops, starkly contrasted against the surrounding frozen devastation. The farmer, an old man with weathered hands and a face etched with worry, found me there. He stared at his field, then at me, his jaw slack. How did you do that?" he whispered, disbelief warring with a burgeoning hope in his eyes. "Just a little warmth," I replied, a small smile on my face. The land needed a reminder. He didn't understand, he couldn't, but he saw the undeniable proof. He saw his livelihood, his hope miraculously revived. He spread the word. Others came, saw the untouched sections of his field, then the thriving ones. The local news picked up the story, "Miracle Farmer Saves Crop from Frost." They attributed it to a microclimate, a freak weather pattern, anything to avoid the truly inexplicable. But the farmers, deep down, knew better. They had felt the subtle shift, the unexpected warmth. This pattern repeated itself. I moved from community to community, always drawn by the hum of imbalance, by the cries of the disconnected land. I melted ice-choked rivers to save stranded wildlife in the Canadian north. I rejuvenated barren soil in drought-stricken regions of Africa, bringing forth impossible harvests. I calmed raging storms at sea, saving fishing fleets from certain doom. Each act was localized, tangible, and profoundly defied conventional explanation. My name, though not widely known, began to circulate in hushed tones. The warmth bringer, the one who talks to the land. I avoided direct media attention, knowing the world wasn't ready for me to fully reveal myself. The entity guided me, teaching me discretion, teaching me the subtle art of influencing without overt control. "You are planting seeds, Mark," it resonated. "Seeds of warmth, seeds of possibility. Allow them to grow organically. Forcing belief will only lead to resistance." My acts, though localized, began to have a cumulative effect. Scientists were baffled by the increasing number of inexplicable environmental anomalies. Sudden, localized warming trends, unseasonal rainfall, unprecedented ecological recoveries. They formed committees, wrote papers, but found no unifying explanation. The global network, through my actions, was subtly retuning the planet, pushing back against the inertia of disconnection. But as the network's influence grew, so too did the stirrings of the shadow's lingering presence. Though banished from direct assault on the nodes, its essence, the cold of disconnection, still resided in the hearts of humanity. It manifested as increased global discord, heightened political tensions, irrational fears, and a deepening sense of despair. It sought to feed on human suffering, to draw strength from the widening chasm between people and the planet. I felt its subtle whispers in the undercurrents of global communication, its insidious suggestions feeding paranoia and hatred. It was a constant, invisible war, fought on the battlefield of human consciousness. I knew I couldn't fight it with raw power alone. I had to inspire, to connect, to remind humanity of its inherent warmth. One day, while meditating near an activated node in the ancient forests of Europe, the entity's thought voice resonated with a new sense of urgency. Mark, the shadow has found a new avenue. It attempts to corrupt the very technology designed to connect your species. It is manipulating the global communication networks, twisting information, sowing discord on a scale unprecedented. My mind raced. Social media, the internet, the very tools meant to bring humanity together were now being used to tear it apart. The cold of disconnection was manifesting as misinformation, echo chambers, and the dehumanization of the other. What can I do? I projected, a surge of dread coursing through me. This was a battle I hadn't anticipated, a realm far removed from the natural world I understood. You must connect the hearts, Mark. The network can transmit resonance, not just physical warmth. It can influence consciousness, inspire empathy, break through the walls of disconnection. You must find a way to amplify this message, to resonate with the collective human heart. The task was daunting. How could one man, labeled a madman, influence the entire global digital landscape? I needed help. I needed someone who understood technology, someone who could bridge the gap between the ancient network and the modern world. The entity guided me, subtly nudging my thoughts, focusing my attention on a specific region, a specific city. There is another with resonance, Mark, a potential guardian. She has sought to heal the world through technology, through connection. She is attuned, though she does not yet know it. My internal compass hummed with a new, insistent pull, guiding me towards San Francisco. The city was a bewildering labyrinth of concrete, steel, and electric currents. The cacophony of human activity, the constant barrage of information, was almost overwhelming. I felt the powerful hum of the urban pulse node, which I had activated months ago, but it was struggling against the sheer density of human disquiet here. I navigated the city, guided by the entity's whispers, until I found myself in front of a sprawling, futuristic campus, a hub of technological innovation. This was where she worked. Her name was Dr. Lena Petrova. She was a brilliant neuroscientist and AI ethicist, known for her groundbreaking work on bridging human consciousness with digital networks, aiming to foster global empathy through technology. I had read about her in passing during my pre-Guardian life. She was advocating for a more harmonious, connected internet, a digital ecosystem built on understanding rather than division. I observed her for days, a silent presence. She radiated a subtle intellectual warmth, a deep yearning for connection that resonated with the network. But she was also frustrated, her efforts constantly thwarted by the very forces of division and misinformation she fought against. She was battling the shadow, though she didn't know it. My first approach was indirect. I used the network's resonance to subtly influence the digital world around her. Random acts of serendipity, timely articles appearing in her feeds, echoing my mission. Encounters with people I had subtly influenced with a touch of warmth. I wanted her to feel the presence of something greater, to open her mind to possibilities beyond her current understanding. One evening, I found her alone in her lab, staring at complex algorithms on a massive screen, her face etched with exhaustion. The hum of the network was particularly strong around her, drawn to her own latent resonance. This was my chance. I walked into her lab. She looked up, startled, her eyes wide with surprise but not fear. Perhaps my presence, imbued with the network's warmth, was less intimidating than I imagined. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice tired but clear. "I believe I can help you, Dr. Petrova," I said, my voice calm, infused with a subtle resonance from the network. She raised an eyebrow, a hint of professional skepticism returning. "And who are you?" "My name is Mark. I've come from a long way. I understand your work, and I understand your frustration." She looked at me, her gaze piercing. "You seem to know a lot for a stranger." "I know that you're trying to connect the world, to foster empathy, to heal the divisions that are tearing humanity apart," I continued, sensing her subtle resonance, focusing my own to match hers. "And I know you're up against forces you don't fully comprehend." Her eyes narrowed. "What forces are you talking about?" "A cold, Dr. Petrova, not just of winter, but of spirit. A force that thrives on disconnection, on fear, on misunderstanding. It's been here for a long time, feeding on humanity's imbalance, and it's actively manipulating the very networks you're trying to purify." She stared at me, a flicker of something new in her eyes, not disbelief, but a dawning recognition, a resonance with words she might have subconsciously feared were true. Her scientific mind, though skeptical, was also open, searching for answers. "That sounds like madness," she said slowly, but there was a tremor in her voice. "And yet, it describes exactly what I'm seeing, the irrationality, the sudden shifts. It's not just human behavior." "No," I affirmed, "it's a symptom, and I've come to offer you a different kind of connection, a deeper one, a way to fight the cold, not just in technology, but in the very heart of humanity." I extended my hand, not in greeting, but as an invitation. "I am a guardian of warmth. I have connected to a global network of energy, of primordial life force that seeks to rebalance the world. I call it the Nexus. It can amplify your message, infuse your networks with true empathy, and counter the shadow's influence." She looked at my outstretched hand, then into my eyes, which I knew now burned with the light of the awakened network. The hum around us intensified, palpable even to her attuned senses, though she probably couldn't yet identify its source. She hesitated for a long moment, her scientific training warring with a profound, intuitive pull. Then slowly, deliberately, she reached out and took my hand. The moment her skin touched mine, a surge of energy, a cascade of multi-hued light flowed from me to her. It wasn't overwhelming, but gentle, inviting. Her eyes widened, not with fear, but with a profound awe. I felt her resonance awaken, her own latent connection to the network sparking to life. She gasped, a low, guttural sound, as images flooded her mind. The glowing crystals, the ancient trees, the pure light of the polar star, the swirling darkness of the shadow. She saw the planetary hum, the golden lines of energy, the true nature of the world. "My God," she whispered, her voice trembling, it's real." "Yes, Lena," I said, my voice layered with the gentle echoes of the entity. "It's real, and now you are part of it." She pulled her hand away, shaking, but her eyes were alight with a fierce, intelligent wonder. Her skepticism had shattered, replaced by an overwhelming sense of purpose and understanding. She was a true guardian, awakened. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice firming, her scientific mind already leaping ahead, trying to integrate this new reality into her framework. "How do we use this? How do we fight the shadow in the digital world?" "We work together," I said. "You understand the networks of humanity. I understand the network of the earth. We merge them. We infuse your digital connections with the primordial warmth. We make empathy contagious." This was the beginning of a new phase of my mission. The war against the cold had truly shifted from the physical wilderness to the digital landscape, to the hearts and minds of humanity. I was no longer a solitary sentinel. I had an ally, a brilliant mind, a new guardian to help me navigate the complex, chaotic world of human connection. Lena, with her genius and newfound connection to the Nexus, quickly adapted. She understood the theoretical implications of an energetic network influencing consciousness. She began to translate the abstract concepts of resonance and warmth into the language of algorithms and data. We established a hidden, encrypted network, infused with the Nexus energy, that subtly permeated existing global communication channels. Our goal was not to control, but to influence, to introduce a subtle, constant vibration of empathy, clarity, and connection into the digital noise, to counter the shadow's insidious whispers of discord and fear with a wave of warmth and understanding. Lena's technological genius, combined with my direct link to the network, allowed us to create a resonance algorithm. It was AI in the traditional sense, but a sentient energetic filter powered by the Nexus. It could detect the subtle frequencies of misinformation and fear, and subtly introduce counter-frequencies of truth and understanding. It encouraged genuine dialogue, broke down echo chambers, and gently nudged people towards common ground. The initial results were subtle, almost imperceptible. A viral conspiracy theory would suddenly lose momentum. A hateful rant would be met with unexpected calls for civility. A deeply divisive debate would find moments of unexpected consensus. It wasn't a magic wand. It was a gentle, persistent current, subtly shifting the tide. "It's like planting seeds of warmth in the digital soil," Lena observed one evening, watching the global resonance map she had created, which now overlaid the planetary network. "We're giving people the tools to connect, to understand, but the choice to embrace the warmth is still theirs." The shadow, however, was not dormant. It quickly recognized the new threat. It responded with increased intensity, manipulating the digital sphere with greater aggression. We saw spikes in hate speech, coordinated disinformation campaigns, and a pervasive sense of digital exhaustion designed to make people retreat from online connection altogether. The cold of disconnection fought back with renewed ferocity. "It is adapting," the entity resonated through me, its thoughts laced with concern. "It recognizes the potency of your combined efforts. The battle will intensify." Lena, with her brilliant mind, began to suffer the mental strain. The constant barrage of discord, the subtle psychic attacks from the shadow through the digital channels, took their toll. She grew pale, her eyes often shadowed, battling the insidious influence that sought to sow doubt and despair in her own mind. "Sometimes, Mark, I feel like I'm drowning," she admitted one night, leaning her head against a cold server rack. "The sheer volume of it, the hate, it's overwhelming. It tries to convince me it's useless, that humanity is lost." I placed my hand on her shoulder, channeling the Nexus energy, infusing her with warmth and resolve. "That's the shadow's whisper, Lena. It feeds on despair. But it's a lie. We're making a difference. Every single person who chooses warmth, who chooses connection, weakens its hold. and your resonance, your purpose, is vital. We worked tirelessly, day and night, a silent war being waged on the invisible battlegrounds of consciousness. I traveled occasionally to activate a few remaining dormant nodes in remote parts of the world, bolstering the physical network, while Lena maintained our digital counteroffensive. We expanded our influence, subtly drawing in other individuals with latent resonance, brilliant minds in AI, ethics, and psychology, who, once awakened, became invaluable allies, forming a silent, global collective of guardians. This was a different kind of war. No explosions, no visible enemies, just the constant, unwavering push of warmth against cold, connection against disconnection, hope against despair. We were fighting for the very soul of humanity, for its ability to remember its inherent warmth. But the shadow was persistent. It found a new way to strike, not through digital manipulation, but by targeting the physical network itself, through the minds of those consumed by greed and destructive intent. One evening, an alert flashed across Lena's screen. A surge of chaotic energy, a disruptive frequency, emanated from the Amazon basin. "The world tree," she cried, her face paling. "Something happening to the world tree node." My heart pounded. I immediately reached out with my consciousness, connecting to the world tree. I felt a profound pain, a spiritual agony emanating from it. The vibrant golden-brown light of the node was flickering, dimming. "The shadow is using human agents, Mark." The entity's thought voice resonated, grim. "They are physically attacking the node. Deforestation. A massive, illegal logging operation. They are severing its roots, literally and energetically." This was a direct assault, a physical manifestation of the cold's destructive intent. It was using humanity's own destructive tendencies as a weapon against the network. I knew I had to go. "I'm going to the Amazon," I told Lena, already grabbing my pack. "But Mark, you'll be walking into a war zone. These are dangerous operations, run by cartels. You can't just go in there alone." "I'm not alone, Lena," I said, meeting her gaze, my eyes burning with resolve. "The network is with me, and so are you." She nodded, a fierce determination replacing her fear. "I'll do everything I can from here. I'll try to disrupt their communications, to slow them down. Be safe, Mark." The journey to the Amazon was fraught with peril. I bypassed official channels, relying on my enhanced instincts and the network's guidance. I infiltrated the deep jungle, tracking the source of the chaotic energy, moving through the suffocating heat and humidity that once again felt like a crucible rather than a comfort. I found them, a massive, illegal logging camp, sprawling and destructive, deep in the heart of the untouched rainforest. Giant machinery ripped through ancient trees, their dying screams echoing across the jungle, felt keenly by my expanded consciousness. And in the center of their destruction, they were closing in on the world tree itself. The majestic ceiba tree, once a beacon of vibrant golden-brown light, was now surrounded by clear-cut devastation. Its massive roots were exposed, some already severed by chainsaws and bulldozers. The tree's light was dim, flickering, its hum a mournful wail. The cold of destruction, of greed, radiated from the camp, a palpable manifestation of the shadow's influence. I moved silently, using the dense jungle as cover. These were human agents, armed and dangerous, driven by the cold whisper of profit, but they were still susceptible to the network's influence. My purpose was not to kill, but to disable, to awaken. I drew on the Nexus energy, focusing it, amplifying it. I moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing, using the network's resonance to create subtle illusions to sow confusion. I channeled concentrated bursts of warmth, not as an attack, but as a disruptive force targeting their machinery. Engines sputtered and died, chainsaws seized, bulldozers ground to a halt. Panic began to spread through the camp. Superstition, fear of the unknown started to take hold. I saw their faces, hardened by greed, but beneath it, a flicker of something else, confusion, terror. The shadows' whispers were strong here, trying to drive them to violence, to double down on their destruction. But I pushed back, channeling empathy, understanding, the subtle truth that their actions were harming themselves, their world. A hulking man, the foreman, raised his rifle, aiming at me. His eyes were cold, devoid of warmth, a clear conduit for the shadow's influence. I met his gaze not with fear, but with a surge of pure, unadulterated warmth directed straight into his consciousness. He faltered, his finger hovering over the trigger, a flicker of profound confusion in his eyes. He saw the dying trees not as profit, but as life. He felt the pain. It was a battle of wills, his cold, focused intent against my warmth, my connection. The network hummed fiercely within me, straining against the shadow's influence. I pushed harder until a gasp escaped him and his rifle clattered to the ground. He clutched his head, collapsing to his knees, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and a dawning, horrifying realization of his actions. The other loggers, seeing their leader fall, his eyes wide with an emotion they couldn't comprehend, dropped their weapons. The insidious influence of the shadow, which had driven their greed, began to recede, leaving behind only exhausted, bewildered men. I walked to the world tree, its light still dim, its hum mournful. I placed my hands on its vast, wounded trunk, channeling the full power of the nexus flowing through me into the tree. The golden-brown light flared, strong and vibrant, encompassing the tree, repairing its severed energetic connections, infusing its physical roots with renewed life. The ground around the tree, previously disturbed and scarred, began to subtly heal. The vibrant green of the jungle, previously dulled by the cold of destruction, seemed to shimmer with renewed vitality. The air itself felt clean, invigorated. The loggers watched in stunned silence, their faces reflecting awe, fear, and a dawning understanding. They had witnessed a miracle. They had felt the warmth. "Leave this place," I said, my voice resonating with the network's power, echoing through the camp. "Return to your homes. Remember the warmth." They scattered, not in fear of me, but in a profound, almost spiritual terror of what they had done and what they had just witnessed. They were touched by the warmth, by the undeniable proof of a living, connected world. I spent days healing the world tree, ensuring its full recovery, integrating its powerful, life-giving energy back into the network. Lena, from her lab, confirmed the surge of restored energy, the renewed vitality flowing through the global digital network. The Shadow's attack had been repelled. But the battle for humanity's heart was far from over. This incident in the Amazon was a stark reminder that the Shadow could still influence humanity, could still leverage its greed and ignorance to attack the network physically, and I couldn't be everywhere at once. "You have fought bravely, Mark," the entity's thought voice resonated with quiet pride. "But you cannot do this alone. You need more guardians, not just those who operate in the shadows, but those who can stand in the light, those who can inspire, who can lead." I looked at the scarred earth, now slowly beginning to reclaim its green. I thought of the loggers, their faces filled with confusion and fear, but also a flicker of dawning understanding. They had seen the impossible. They had felt the warmth. My next task, I realized, was not just to awaken existing guardians, but to create them. To inspire ordinary people to become champions of warmth, to actively choose connection over disconnection, to build a movement, to make the song of creation undeniable. The task was monumental, more challenging than any physical confrontation with the shadow. It was about changing hearts and minds, one person at a time, until the collective consciousness of humanity shifted. This was the true, enduring war against the cold, and I was ready to light it. The decision to shift from solitary sentinel to leader of a movement was the hardest I had faced since first touching the Nexus. Leaving the Amazon, the vibrant golden brown light of the World Tree pulsating strongly behind me, felt like stepping from one battlefield directly onto another, far more complex one. The physical confrontation with the shadow had been direct, terrifying, but clear. This new fight for the hearts and minds of humanity was nuanced, insidious, and utterly unpredictable. I made my way out of the Amazon, the dense jungle slowly giving way to more accessible terrain, then eventually to the outskirts of a bustling city. The contrast was stark. Weeks spent in communion with ancient trees and primordial energies had sharpened my senses to an almost unbearable degree. The relentless noise of traffic, the constant digital hum of countless devices, the fragmented anxieties and fleeting joys of millions of disconnected souls. It was a cacophony that grated against the harmonious hum of the global network within me. My initial attempts to inspire were clumsy. I tried to speak to small groups, using parables of light and dark, of connection and disconnection. I spoke of the cold of indifference, of the spiritual winter that was gripping the planet. I tried to subtly channel warmth, to make them feel the truth of my words. Some listened with polite curiosity, others with open skepticism. A few, those with a faint, latent resonance, felt a prickle of recognition, a distant echo of truth, but they lacked the framework, the language, to grasp the magnitude of what I was trying to convey. Most simply dismissed me as an eccentric, a charismatic but deluded wanderer. I quickly learned that direct revelation was a dangerous, often futile path. The world wasn't ready for interdimensional gateways and ancient entities. Their reality, shaped by scientific paradigms and material concerns, was too rigid. They needed something tangible, something undeniable, but expressed in terms they could comprehend and integrate. I returned to Lena in San Francisco. Her lab, once a sterile environment of cold logic, now felt different. It hummed with a low, vibrant energy, a testament to her continued connection to the network. She had been tirelessly battling the digital manifestations of the shadow, her face pale but resolute. The global resonance map on her screen showed pockets of intensified discord, areas where the shadow's influence was clearly pushing back against our subtle efforts. "Mark," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with relief and a flicker of deep concern when she saw my worn, jungle-stained clothes. "You made it. What happened in the Amazon?" I recounted the events, the illegal logging, the physical assault on the World Tree, the direct influence of the shadow on human agents, and my intervention. She listened intently, her scientific mind absorbing the data, her guardian heart recognizing the profound implications. "So it can use people now," she murmured, pacing her lab. "It can leverage their greed, their fear, to directly attack the network's physical anchors. That changes everything." "It does," I agreed, "and it reinforces what the entity told me. We can't fight this just by activating nodes or subtly influencing algorithms. We need to awaken the guardians within humanity itself. We need to build a movement, Lena, a movement that chooses warmth, subconsciously. Her eyes, sharp and intelligent, met mine. But how? How do you convince billions of people about something they can't see, can't measure, can't rationally explain? You saw how they dismissed you when you returned from the Arctic. I know, I said, a sigh escaping me. My initial attempts were ineffective. They need tangible proof. They need to feel the difference, see the change in their own lives, their own communities, even if they don't understand the cosmic source. We need to give them a framework for action, for connection that resonates with their innate human desire for purpose and well-being. We spent weeks in Lena's lab, locked away from the world, brainstorming, planning, debating. Our combined knowledge, her technological genius interwoven with my profound connection to the network and the entity's subtle guidance, began to forge a new path. We need a platform, Lena proposed one night, sketching complex diagrams on a whiteboard. Something that acts as a conduit for the network's warmth, but appears to be a grassroots human initiative. A hub for community resilience, for environmental healing, for genuine human connection. A way for people to participate without needing to believe in interdimensional entities. I clarified, a faint smile on my lips. Precisely, she grinned back, her eyes alight with a new kind of fire. We call it the Resonance Project. It will start online, a digital platform for local initiatives, for sharing stories of positive change, for connecting people with shared values. But its true power will come from the subtle infusion of Nexus energy. The concept was brilliant in its simplicity and its profound depth. Lena's programming expertise, enhanced by her awakened resonance, allowed her to create an unprecedented digital ecosystem. This wasn't just a social network, it was an energetic filter, drawing on the collective hum of the global network. It subtly amplified genuine empathy, facilitated authentic collaboration, and gently suppressed the frequencies of discord and misinformation. Our strategy was multi-pronged. We would identify communities struggling with specific environmental or social challenges, a town facing chronic water shortages, a neighborhood fractured by social tensions, a region battling ecological degradation. Then we would introduce the Resonance Project, presenting it as a cutting-edge initiative for community empowerment and sustainable living. The real magic, the warmth, would come from the network. When local groups used the platform to organize a community garden, the soil would unexpectedly yield richer harvests, resilient to pests. When neighbors used it to resolve conflicts, dialogue would flow more easily, leading to deeper understanding. When environmentalists used it to coordinate restoration efforts, the land would heal with unprecedented speed. These would be our proof points, undeniable miracles that transcended scientific explanation. Our first major initiative was in a small, remote town in the American Midwest, suffering from persistent drought and a palpable sense of community despair. The land here hummed with a faint discord, a symptom of the shadow's lingering cold. We established contact with a local environmental group, presenting the Resonance Project as a new tool for agricultural innovation and community rebuilding. I traveled there ostensibly as a consultant for the project, using a carefully constructed cover story. I worked alongside the local farmers, my hands in the parched earth, subtly channeling the Nexus energy, guiding the dormant Earth's embrace node, which was already in the region, reactivated during my global trek to infuse the soil with profound warmth and life. Lena, from her lab, monitored the network's energy flow, ensuring optimal resonance. The results were astonishing. Within weeks, patches of the parched land, where the Resonance Project focused its efforts, began to show signs of life. Unexpected rainfall fell precisely on those fields, while neighboring areas remained dry. Crops that should have withered thrived, growing with an almost impossible vigor. The community, initially skeptical, began to buzz with bewildered excitement. It's like the land just remembered how to grow, one farmer marveled, staring at his miraculously green alfalfa field. Never seen anything like it. It's a miracle. Local news picked up the story, calling it an agricultural anomaly. Scientists arrived, scratching their heads, offering complex meteorological and soil composition theories. But the people, the farmers themselves, felt something deeper. They felt the hope. They felt the warmth. And they felt a renewed sense of connection to their land and to each other, fostered by the communal efforts facilitated by the Resonance Project. Word spread not just of the miracle crops, but of the Resonance Project itself. Communities facing similar challenges reached out. Lena and I, along with our growing, silent network of awakened guardians, brilliant minds in various fields who had felt the hum and joined our cause, carefully selected the next sites. From drought-stricken farmlands, we moved to areas of social fracture. In a diverse urban neighborhood plagued by escalating tensions, the Resonance Project was introduced as a platform for community dialogue and shared cultural initiatives. We subtly channeled the Water Veil Node's energy for emotional balance, and the Forest Whisper Node, S for clear communication, filtering out the shadow's discordant whispers in their online interactions. The results, though less dramatic than miraculous crops, were equally profound. Heated online arguments on the platform would often find unexpected moments of empathy. Disparate groups, previously entrenched in their own echo chambers, began to find common ground over shared concerns for their children, their local park, their common future. A sense of mutual respect, a genuine desire for understanding, began to subtly permeate the digital conversations and then spill over into real-world interactions. The cold thrives on othering, Lena explained one night, watching a live feed of community members, once at odds, now collaborating on a mural project, on making people feel fundamentally different and irreconcilable. Our algorithm, infused with the network's warmth, subtly highlights commonalities, amplifies shared humanity. It doesn't erase differences, but it encourages celebrating them rather than fearing them. The Resonance Project grew exponentially. What started as a small, localized initiative became a global movement. People from all walks of life, from different cultures and continents, began to participate. They were drawn by the tangible results, thriving communities, healing environments, genuine human connection, even if they attributed it to innovative technology or the power of positive thinking. They were planting the seeds of warmth unconsciously but effectively. Our network of awakened guardians expanded. Individuals from diverse backgrounds, a former architect designing sustainable eco-cities, a psychologist developing empathy-building programs, a quantum physicist exploring consciousness, felt the hum, were drawn to the Resonance Project, and through direct contact with me or Lena, had their own latent resonance awakened. They became our silent, global army, working within their respective fields, each a conduit for the network's energy, each a champion of warmth. The shadow, however, was far from defeated. It adapted. It fought back. It still sought to leverage humanity's darkest impulses, its greed, its fear, its desire for power. It manifested as increasing global instability, unexpected economic collapses, and a relentless surge of digital misinformation campaigns designed to discredit the Resonance Project, to sow doubt about its miraculous results. They are calling us a cult now, Mark, Lena reported grimly one morning, pointing to a trending hashtag accusing the Resonance Project of brainwashing and manipulating its users. They say our miracles are just hoaxes, elaborate scams. The cold is pushing back hard. That's good, I said, a strange sense of calm settling over me. It means we're having an impact. It means the shadow is afraid. It's using its last weapon, fear of the unknown, fear of anything that threatens the status quo of disconnection. The attacks intensified. Our servers were targeted by sophisticated cyberattacks. Our guardians faced professional slander, accusations of fraud, even threats. The Shadow sought to dismantle our movement, to sever the connections we had forged, to plunge humanity back into the comfortable cold of indifference. One particularly vicious campaign targeted Lena, exposing personal details, fabricating scandals, attempting to destroy her credibility. I felt the immense strain on her, the insidious whispers of doubt trying to penetrate her mind, to convince her that her life's work was futile. I flew back to San Francisco immediately. I found her in her lab, slumped over her console, her face streaked with tears, the hum around her faint and struggling. "It's too much, Mark," she choked out, looking up at me, her eyes filled with despair. "They're tearing it apart. They're tearing me apart. Maybe they're right. Maybe we're just deluding ourselves. Maybe humanity isn't ready for this." I knelt beside her, placing my hands on her shoulders, channeling the full, pure power of the Nexus, flowing through me into her. The familiar cascade of multi-hued light, invisible to the eye but profoundly felt, washed over her. I poured all my resolve, all my belief, all the collective strength of the awakened network into her. "That's the Shadow's voice, Lena." I resonated, my voice layered with the entity's ancient wisdom. "It wants you to surrender. It wants you to believe that lie. But you are a guardian. You are a bridge. You are a force of warmth. You are not alone. Feel it, Lena. Feel the network. Feel the countless lives you've touched, the warmth you've spread. Feel the purpose." Her breathing hitched, her body stiffened, then slowly relaxed. The hum around her intensified, gaining strength, pushing back against the encroaching despair. She closed her eyes, and I felt her reconnecting, drawing on the immense power of the global network. When she opened her eyes again, they were once again alight with fierce determination, her tears gone, replaced by a steely resolve. "You're right," she whispered, her voice firm. "This is a fight for more than just algorithms. It's a fight for belief, for hope." "So what's next?" I asked, a challenge in my voice. She stood up, her posture radiating renewed strength. "We need to go bigger. We need to create an undeniable act of collective warmth. Something that transcends the digital, that touches the lives of millions, in a way that can't be dismissed as a hoax or an anomaly. A global demonstration of connection." The entity's thought voice resonated with profound affirmation. "Yes, Lena, this is the way. A collective resonance, a symphony of hearts. The world needs a beacon." We spent the next few months meticulously planning this global event. It wasn't a protest, or a rally, or a political movement. It was something far more fundamental. We leveraged the Resonance Project's vast network of communities and guardians, and Lena's technological prowess. The plan was audacious, unprecedented. We called it the Great Reconnection. The idea was to designate a specific global moment, a universal time, where people from all walks of life, from every corner of the planet, would simultaneously engage in an act of conscious connection. This wasn't about online interaction. It was about real-world, localized acts of kindness, empathy, and collective environmental healing. all simultaneously infused and amplified by the global network. Lena designed a sophisticated, decentralized app that would act as a localized conduit for the network's energy, guiding participants in their specific acts of connection and healing, and subtly amplifying their collective resonance. It would guide a community in a desert to plant a small, symbolic garden, infusing it with Nexus energy to ensure its growth. It would prompt individuals in crowded cities to engage in small, spontaneous acts of empathy, a shared smile, a helping hand, a moment of genuine human connection. It would encourage remote villages to gather for communal storytelling, amplifying their shared cultural warmth. I traveled constantly, meeting with guardians, setting up physical anchor points in strategic locations, ensuring the network's energy flow would be at its peak during the event. My journey took me to ancient pilgrimage sites, to bustling market squares, to the quiet solitude of indigenous lands. I was no longer a solitary ranger, but a global conductor, orchestrating a planetary symphony of warmth. The Shadow, of course, raged against this plan. Its digital attacks intensified to an almost unbearable degree, attempting to sow chaos, to spread despair, to convince humanity that such a global act of unity was impossible, naive, even dangerous. There were real-world provocations, coordinated acts of violence, extremist rhetoric amplified, attempts to ignite widespread fear and division. "It knows what's coming," Lena reported, her eyes glued to the global threat map on her screen, which glowed with ominous red flashes. "It knows this could be its undoing." "Then we must not falter," I replied, my voice calm, the hum of the Nexus a steady anchor in my soul. "This is the culmination. The world needs to sing again." The day of the Great Reconnection dawned, a crisp, clear morning in my current location, a remote mountain village in the Andes, one of the crucial anchor points for the event. All over the world, billions of people were preparing. Many knew nothing of the Nexus, or the Shadow, or interdimensional entities. They simply responded to a deeply resonant call for unity, for hope, for a better world. At the designated moment, across time zones, the world paused. In the Andes village, I stood with the local community, their hands clasped, their eyes closed, as they focused their intention on healing their ancient mountain. I channeled the Nexus energy, amplifying their collective resonance, sending waves of pure warmth into the earth. Lena from her lab was monitoring the global response. The resonance map glowed with a dazzling array of interconnected lights. Each small act, amplified by the network, became a beacon. In the Sahara, guided by the app, nomadic tribes gathered to sing ancient songs of their ancestors, their voices flowing into the ancient wisdom node, sending echoes of shared history across the digital ether. Small, symbolic patches of desert miraculously began to sprout tiny green shoots. In bustling Tokyo, commuters paused on crowded sidewalks, sharing spontaneous moments of eye contact, of shared silence, breaking through the urban anonymity. The urban pulse node surged with crimson light, infusing the city with a palpable wave of collective calm and empathy. In the Arctic, small scientific outposts, once isolated, gathered to share stories and a warm meal, their laughter resonating with the pure white light of the polar star, sending ripples of genuine human connection across the frozen vastness. The Shadow, in response, unleashed a final, desperate barrage. A colossal wave of digital chaos, of fear-mongering and discord, swept across the internet, threatening to drown out the burgeoning warmth. News feeds exploded with manufactured crises, hate speech surged. a final, insidious attempt to sever the fragile connections. Lena, with her team of awakened guardians, fought back fiercely. They channeled the network's truth-telling frequencies, amplifying empathy, breaking down the walls of misinformation, providing pathways for clarity amidst the chaos. It was a digital war on an unimaginable scale, fought with intention and resonance. But the sheer volume of human connection, the collective warmth generated by billions of individuals, was overwhelming. The network hummed with an unprecedented power, a symphony of awakened hearts that transcended any technological manipulation. I felt it, a planetary hum, rising in crescendo, filling me, filling the world. The golden lines on the Earth map flared, brilliant and unyielding. The dormant nodes, all of them now awakened, pulsed with an incredible, synchronized power. The cold, the spiritual desolation that had plagued the world was receding, pushed back by an unstoppable tide of collective warmth. The shadow's final digital assault wavered, then shattered. Its discordant whispers were drowned out by the harmonious roar of awakened humanity. Its grasp on the global consciousness faltered, then receded, like a nightmare dissolving in the morning light. The pervasive sense of despair that had clung to humanity lifted, replaced by a subtle, undeniable wave of shared hope and connection. I stood in the Andes, my hands still on the earth, tears streaming down my face, not of sadness, but of profound, overwhelming joy. The great reconnection was a success. Humanity had chosen warmth. The entity's thought voice resonated in my mind, not as a separate entity, but as an echo of my own triumphant consciousness. It is done, Mark, for now. The shadow has been banished from the collective consciousness. Its power is broken. Your world has chosen to remember its song, its warmth. I looked up at the vast, azure sky, feeling the profound peace that had settled over the planet. The physical cold would still come, winter would still bring its chill, but it would be a natural cold, a part of the cycle, devoid of the malevolence that had once sought to consume the very soul of the world. My journey had taken me from a lonely park ranger to a guardian of planetary warmth, a conduit for an ancient network, a leader in a war for the soul of humanity. But the war wasn't truly over. It had shifted again. The fight was no longer against an external shadow, but for the sustained vigilance of humanity itself, to ensure they never forgot the warmth they had rediscovered, to nurture the connection, to tend the seeds of empathy, to keep the song of creation alive. My work, my true purpose, had only just begun. I was no longer merely reactivating nodes. I was helping humanity write its own future, one act of warmth, one moment of connection at a time, and I was ready for it, more than ready. The aftermath of the Great Reconnection was a strange, unfolding tapestry woven with threads of bewilderment, hope, and an undeniable shift in the global consciousness. In the Andean village, as the collective hum settled into a gentle, persistent thrum, I felt the world exhale. A profound peace, a collective sigh of relief, washed over the planet. The physical cold, though still present in the mountain air, felt crisp and clean, no longer tinged with the insidious malice of the shadow. It was simply winter, a natural rhythm, devoid of the gnawing emptiness that had once defined it. The villagers around me, their faces wet with tears and wonder, looked at the thriving mountain plants, the clear, bubbling stream, the palpable sense of revitalization. They didn't understand the cosmic battle that had just been won, but they felt its undeniable effects. Their ancient mountain, their home, hummed with a renewed vitality. They knew deep in their hearts that something extraordinary had happened. They felt the warmth. I returned to Lena in San Francisco, a journey that now felt less like a physical traversal and more like a gentle glide across the newly harmonious ley lines of the planet. Her lab was still buzzing with energy, but it was a vibrant, celebratory hum, not the strained, desperate resonance of weeks past. Her team of awakened guardians, their faces etched with exhaustion but alight with triumph, greeted me with silent nods of profound understanding. Lena met me at the door, her eyes shining. "Mark," she whispered, pulling me into a fierce embrace. "It worked. It actually worked." "It did," I replied, feeling the immense relief and shared victory. "The shadow is gone from the collective consciousness. Its power is broken." She pulled back, her scientist's mind already sifting through data. The metrics are off the charts. Global empathy surges, a dramatic drop in online hate speech, misinformation campaigns collapsing in on themselves. We're seeing spontaneous acts of kindness reported from every major city. People are connecting, Mark, truly connecting. The news channels, once dominated by fear and discord, were now filled with bewildered reporters trying to explain the unexplainable. The Great Reconnection, as the world had dubbed it, became the topic of fervent debate. Scientists, politicians, spiritual leaders all struggled to rationalize the sudden, pervasive shift in human behavior and the localized ecological miracles reported worldwide. They spoke of a collective psychological phenomenon, a global spiritual awakening, a unique alignment of planetary forces. They found comfort in their theories, unwilling or unable to grasp the true, interdimensional nature of the event. But underneath the public discourse, something deeper was stirring. Millions of ordinary people, those who had participated, felt the undeniable impact in their lives. They had felt the warmth. They had seen their struggling communities thrive, their fractured relationships mend. They might not have understood the how, but they felt the what, and they wanted more of it. The Resonance Project, Lena's platform, exploded in popularity, transitioning from a niche initiative to a global phenomenon. It became the central hub for this burgeoning desire for connection. People used it not just to share stories of localized miracles, but to organize new initiatives, to reach out to communities across borders, to seek out and amplify moments of warmth. It became a living, breathing testament to humanity's rediscovered potential. Our silent network of guardians, now thousands strong, operated within this new reality. They weren't just tech specialists or scientists anymore. They were teachers, artists, doctors, community organizers, even politicians, all subtly infusing their work with the network's resonance, guiding their spheres of influence towards greater empathy and connection. We were a distributed force for good, a hidden symphony orchestra playing the song of creation across the globe. I too found my new role evolving. I was no longer a solitary traveler. With Lena's help, I began to make cautious, strategic public appearances, not as a guru or a prophet, but as a voice for the Resonance Project, a testament to its tangible results. I spoke not of alien entities, but of inherent human warmth, of the deep connection we all share with the earth and with each other. I spoke of the cold of indifference and the power of conscious choice to overcome it. My message resonated. My eyes, which still held the light of 1,000 awakened nodes, seemed to convey a truth that transcended words. People were drawn to the profound peace and unwavering conviction I radiated. I became a symbol of the Great Reconnection, a living embodiment of the awakened network's purpose. One evening, after a particularly powerful public address that had been live-streamed to millions, Lena found me meditating quietly in the lab. The hum around me was vibrant, but I felt a subtle undercurrent, a new kind of tension in the network. "Mark," she said, her voice serious, "the shadow isn't gone forever, it's simply dormant. It's been pushed back, its direct influence broken, but its essence, the cold of human disconnection that still exists, and it's trying to regroup. I'm seeing subtle flickers of disruptive energy in the deeper web of the internet, whispers of old fears trying to rekindle themselves. I open my eyes. It's true, I feel it too. It's not a direct assault on the nodes, but a lingering spiritual disease. It's the constant challenge now, isn't it? To keep humanity vigilant, to prevent them from forgetting the warmth they've found. The entity's thought voice, seamlessly integrated with my own, resonated with a profound, ancient wisdom. Yes, Mark, the victory was a reprieve, a new beginning, but the battle for balance is eternal. You have given them the tools, the awareness. Now they must learn to wield them. You must guide them, gently, relentlessly. My mission had truly shifted. It wasn't about finding hidden nodes or repelling physical manifestations of cold anymore. It was about sustaining the warmth, about nurturing the delicate sprouts of connection in a world still prone to old habits. It was about preventing a relapse into spiritual winter. We focused on education. Lena and our team of guardians developed programs to teach resonance, not as a mystical concept, but as practical skills for empathy, critical thinking, and conscious digital engagement. We helped communities design resilient local systems, fostering self-sufficiency and deeper bonds. I traveled tirelessly, meeting with community leaders, sharing stories, empowering people to become guardians in their own right, without ever needing to explain the interdimensional layers of our work. Years passed, the world changed, slowly but irrevocably. The extreme soul-gnawing cold of past winters became a fading memory. Winters still came, but they were embraced as a season of quiet reflection, of gathering warmth indoors, a natural part of the planet's cycle. The pervasive sense of existential dread began to lift, replaced by a cautious optimism, a burgeoning sense of shared purpose. Environmental healing initiatives, amplified by the network's subtle energy, flourished globally. Biodiversity began to recover in surprising ways. The Resonance Project grew into a global foundation, its principles integrated into educational systems, its platforms used by billions to foster authentic connection and solve complex challenges collaboratively. It wasn't about blind faith. It was about demonstrable results and a palpable sense of well-being that permeated the lives of its participants. I grew older. My hair, once dark, began to silver. Lines creased my face, but my eyes still held that intense, steady light, reflecting the unwavering hum of the global network within me. I was no longer Mark, the park ranger, or even the warmth bringer. I was simply Mark, a constant presence, a guide, a living reminder of what was possible when humanity chose connection. Lena, her brilliance undimmed, became a revered figure in her own right, bridging the gap between cutting-edge technology and ancient wisdom, leading the scientific and digital arms of our evolving movement. Our team of guardians expanded, a global family bound by shared purpose, each a beacon of warmth in their corner of the world. The shadow of the cold, though never truly vanquished, remained a distant threat. It still whispered in the minds of the disconnected. It still sought to exploit divisions, but its power was vastly diminished. Humanity, largely, had chosen a different path. They had chosen warmth. They had chosen connection. They had remembered their song. One crisp autumn day, years after the Great Reconnection, I found myself back in Algonquin Park. Not on a snowmobile, but on foot, my old hunting rifle long since replaced by a simple walking stick. The air was cool, but infused with the vibrant energy of the season, the trees ablaze in fiery reds and golds. The forest hummed with a deep, resonant peace, a harmony I had only dreamed of in my youth. I stood in the exact spot where I had first seen the impossible clearing. It was still there, a perfect circle of warmth, now framed by a vibrant tapestry of autumn leaves instead of stark white snow. Its hum was gentle, welcoming, a soothing melody that permeated the very air. The small, dark cylinder, still half buried in the earth, pulsed with a soft, steady indigo light, no longer alien, but a part of the living landscape. I knelt, placing my hand on the warm earth. The entity's thought voice resonated within me, not as a distinct presence anymore, but as an echo of my own integrated consciousness. The balance is restored, Mark, for now. The future is yours to write, yours to tend. I smiled, a profound sense of gratitude and peace washing over me. My life had been irrevocably altered, my path redefined. I had walked into the impossible, fought for the very soul of the planet, and emerged not just victorious, but fundamentally changed. The cold, that bone deep, knowing northern Ontario winter cold, had been the catalyst. It had shown me the imbalance, revealed the shadow, and led me to discover the true, boundless warmth that lay hidden within the world and within myself. My work was far from over. The vigilance was eternal, the tending of warmth a continuous endeavor. But as I stood there, bathed in the gentle glow of the clearing, surrounded by the vibrant, humming forest, I knew humanity had a chance. And I, Mark, the park ranger who had once simply checked boundary markers, would be there, a quiet, unwavering guardian, for as long as the song of creation needed to be sung. The future finally felt warm.